Well, today I want to talk about black men and their delusions of grandeur. And I think that Shannon Sharpe is actually a perfect example of this. Shannon Sharpe having to pay a OnlyFans model $23 million. I think allegedly, I think that this is a perfect thing to talk about how Shannon Sharpe was so delusional that he was engaging in relations with a girl, I think that was 18 at the time, while he was in his late 50s, like thinking actually that these women actually care about him or like him, just like he was saying, like, oh, the older women, they're the ones that have to worry because the young girls are really doing it. The young girls are really doing it for me and da 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 da. Excuse me, the younger girls are doing it for you because they plan on getting some money from you. They plan on being financially compensated. They don't really love your old behind. And I think that it's hey, good evening, how you doing, Nay? So I wanted to talk about Shannon Sharpe, the biggest lick in the entire world, the biggest simp, the biggest sucker, the biggest Sambo. You know what I'm saying? Is Shannon not so sharp? And I I think the man is getting everything that he deserves. And I said this in a video that I put on my YouTube. Not very often do I take pleasure in somebody's misfortune, but I'm going to tell you right now, Shannon Sharpe is getting everything that he deserves and then some. And the fact that Shannon Sharpe, talks about giving his daughters a budget for their wedding and talked about, having them serve, I think he said bologna or ribs, whatever, something stupid he said. The fact that you would not want to give any money to your black daughters, but you have no problem giving up the majority of your wealth to a unemployed white tea woman whose best attribute is laying on her back, you're a goofy. Number two, black men are the biggest lick to non-black women. And that normally applies to black men with money and black men with some type of power or privilege, or they have something to offer. They're the biggest lick to non-black women. And what's crazy is that these women, like, they know that black men are the leak. It's the leak. It's not like they don't know. They're probably being taught this, like, in their families, like, hey, daughter, if you want to get some money, if you want to be able to retire off of somebody's dime that has some money, or you need to get you a big, goofy, self-hating black man with money, and you'll be able to wrap him around your finger, and you'll be able to take the wealth that you get from him and put it toward your own community. Number three, this is really what I wanted to talk about too. Everything, right, that black men say that they hate about black women, they love in other women. They love gold diggers. They love 304s. They love women with fake boobs, fake bodies, fake clip-ins, fake hair, fake nails, all of that. They love everything that they say they don't like about BLK women, as long as it's not on a BLK woman. And they will tell you that it's you. It's you, but it's not you. It's the color of your skin. It's nothing. They don't have any problems with weaves. They don't have any problems with any of these things. Yeah. So wait a minute. Hello?
What's up, my chocolate woman?
Oh, okay. I see. You're a flower arranger. Goodbye. Have a great day. Yeah. No, 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 no. We have no conversations. Have a great day. Yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, um, number four, I want to talk about, let's see here. Poison ivy. You said some of y'all need to go touch grass. Are you speaking to me? I would love to know. Or was you talking about the guy that was here? But hopefully you talking about him, because I really don't know what he was on, but I did block him. What was I saying? Number three. Yeah, I think I've already talked about that. We can talk about that. If anybody wants to have these discussions, please join the live box. Number four. This is something that I have always questioned, y'all. Like, it's really, really a question in my mind. Okay, Poison Ivy, you said you talking about who it applies to. Are you talking to me or not? Because if you want somebody to touch grass, baby girl, you can go do that instead of being in my chat box. I sent you a request because I'm not ducking the smoke. If you have such a problem, get in a box. And if you don't like what's being said, then get out of the. It's easy for you to click off and get out. So if you talking to me, I'm talking to you. And why do you follow me if you don't like what I'm saying? Like, okay, well, I'm gonna tell you what, it's gonna apply to you right now because I'm about to block you, goofy poison ivy. Like, I don't know what you on. Like, goodbye, sis, and stop following me, weirdo. Um, Anyway, like I said, I don't know what that lady was on, but nonetheless, let me just keep going. I blocked her. She's already gone. And matter of fact, let me screenshot her picture so that I can go ahead and block her from my other pages. Like, because sometimes weird people, guys, sometimes people will follow me multiple places but say they don't like me. But anyway, let me keep going. Number 4, like this is something, you guys, that I have really, really, really questioned and thought about is like, BLK men's fascination with being emasculated by non-black women. Like they will let them call them the N-word with the hard R, smack on them, mistreat them, call the police on them, do a whole bunch of different type of things. And, not require anything from these women as far as respect. But then when they see a black woman, they want to get tough. They want to talk tough, act tough, talk about they supposed to be the one in charge and all of these things when they are more than willing to get on all fours with a ball gag in their mouth for a woman that is not black. Now, that is weird to me. Like, if you like to be emasculated, why is it that you only want to be emasculated by people that don't look like you? Do y'all think that's weird? I think that's very strange. But I noticed that black men never get buck with non-black women, but they sure get big time buck with black women. It's real crazy. Y'all can let me know if y'all seen this. Hey, how you doing, T? Number 5, I wanted to talk about also the psychology of the collective of black men, because how many times have we seen black men with wealth, power, privilege, manage to end up giving it all away to a non-black woman? Like, but yet somehow they are out here talking about black women are going to take all of their wealth. I have no idea how you would ever think that when normally the only time you're entertaining black women is when you are in poverty, when you don't have anything to offer. So when you leave those black women busted and disgusted, they don't have anything to get from you. Now, when you get with these non-black women that would have never given you an ounce of time or opportunity unless you had the money, and then when they get tired of, playing and faking like they like you, and then they take half of your net worth or a third of it or half or in Shannon Sharpe's case, like 70-80% of his net worth is gone to a white T girl. I just, honestly, yeah. So anyway, I find this to be crazy. And it's crazy because these things happen like repeatedly. Let's see here. Who are you? Ammo or Topsy? You're talking about trust no one when you're a rich man. We're not talking about that. And you look when you're a rich man. We're not talking about that. And you look mentally unstable. If that's an AI picture, I don't know. You look mentally unstable. Let me block. It's probably skipping because these dudes are reporting. I'm about to go through and report this dude. Hold on. I'm not blocked this guy. Hold on. Let me go through and look in the comments too and see if I see anybody else. Yeah, it's some dudes in here. I'm gonna block the dudes. It'll probably stop skipping soon as I block them. Okay, block this guy. He's blocked. Yep. And then I see a Kemet Boo. This is probably somebody that's a dude too. I'm gonna block him too. Uh-huh. Yeah. Y'all let me know if it's still skipping, y'all. Is it still skipping? Because I just blocked 3 dudes. And a lot of times when I block the men that's in here, that's when it stops skipping. Y'all let me know. But anyway, like I was saying, it's still skipping a little bit, y'all. Let me see. If y'all could just keep liking the live, that will probably help. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Y'all let me know if it's still skipping. But like I said, I really want to talk about this because it doesn't matter how many times like these rich black men like Shannon Sharpe get taken to the cleaners by non-black women. For some reason, those races of women never are a monolith. You never hear black men having panels about how white tea women or non-black women don't like them and don't respect them and they're this, that, and the third, and they only care about their money. They only weaponize those tropes and things to black women and black women alone. Have y'all ever wondered that? I think it's real crazy. Is that you can have black men get okey doked by non-black women all day, every day, and they'll still be on here talking about Keisha, who gets $50 a week in child support for a child that he helped create. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird how other groups of women can do whatever they want to, black men, and get away without being represented as bad people. How many times white tea women have been racist and microaggressive against black men, called the police on them, lied on them, got them unalived, and a million things, but for some reason you still hear black men talking about how white tea women have the best interest, their best interest in mind. They're the most loyal. They're the most loving. They're the most, you know, and I really think that there's something to be said about the psychology of the black man, that not every black man, but the majority of black men, that there's something deeply, deeply broken. And I wonder about Shannon Sharpe. Like, it's like, do you think as you sit in wherever you're living at and you're like, wow, I had to give allegedly $23 million away to a OnlyFans model that set me up, that never liked me in the first place. And I'm not saying that he didn't do whatever he did to her. I'm not saying that, but I do believe that she interacted with that man with the whole goal in mind, that she was going to run his pockets. And the only person that thought that it was because he was this older gentleman that looked still fit and in shape, he was goofy and stupid. And I really wish that like older men would really understand that I don't care how much you work out. I don't care how good you keep yourself up. I don't care about none of that. There in no reality is an 18-year-old girl, which was rumored to when he started talking to her. There's no way that an 18-year-old girl is attracted to an almost 60-year-old man and really wants him. You're lying to yourself if you're a man and you believe that. Like, you're literally lying to yourself if you believe that. And that's the reason why when I talk about red pill, like, people get mad at me and say like, oh, I'm trying to hate on men, but I'm actually helping you, because red pill legitimately is ruining men and allowing men to live in delusion. Truthfully, because red pill got y'all thinking that an 18-year-old girl really wants your body. Red pill got you thinking that old men really still have worth and value out here in this sexual marketplace value and all of this other BS. It's not true. It's not true at all. And Roy Lee, you said nothing that I say holds weight because I'm talking about Roy Lee. Please, sir, I sent you a request. Please get in the box and tell me how you can debunk what I'm saying. Because I can prove everything that I'm saying with facts, sir. But please, by all means, join the live. Join the live. I will allow you to speak for 3 minutes uninterrupted. I can guarantee you cannot debunk me. You can say that Shannon Sharpe is part of the rainbow community or whatever you want to say, but he also engages with women. So that has no bearing on what you're saying. Okay? She was clearly engaging with him no matter what whatever orientation you think that he had. She was engaging with him actually. So what I'm saying is red pill is ruining y'all, because y'all really believe that y'all really have worth and value at 40, 50, 60 to these teenage girls. You don't. You don't. You don't. Just the same way you think that when women get older, they age and it's a different dynamic in dating and all. It's the same for y'all. The only thing is that y'all are too delusional to accept that. So you would rather try to make it seem like it's just women when it's not. And that's scary to me. Like, because y'all don't live in reality. You don't. And red pill helps other men, live in delusion. And that's not good for y'all because y'all believe that, oh, well, once I get this money, once I get this money, I will be able to get all of these women. 95% of y'all will never have the money that Shannon Sharpe had to pay off this girl. Y'all will never have the money to attract these girls at all. You won't even have the money. And even if you have the money, the girls still don't like you think. They don't like you at all. They like what you can do for them. Because it's not realistic for you to really believe that an 18-year-old girl really wants the body of a 40, 50, 60-year-old man. Like, it's really delusional. Like, I can't believe this. It aren't don't y'all say all the time that men are supposed to be the most logical and rational? Isn't that what y'all say? But I don't see y'all moving in reality. I don't see y'all moving with logic. I don't see it. Hey, this is my journey. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I don't see y'all moving with logic in the slightest, because if you moved with logic, if men were logical, Shannon Sharpe would have never been in this position. Shannon Sharpe would have never been in this position. Shannon Sharpe would have never been in this position at all. He never would have been in this position. He never would have had to pay allegedly $23 million. He never would have had to pay allegedly $23 million to a girl that set him up from the jump. Never. 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 And that should right there let you know. I have a young woman in the comments right now. Her name is Lonnie. She said, younger women do not want old men. I know I don't. Exactly. I know I don't. Exactly. I remember when I was a young woman. You know what I'm saying? When I was 18, 19, 20, 20. I would have never entertained no old geriatric Negro. Okay? If I was no old geriatric Negro. Okay? If I was that age, I wouldn't be talking to nobody. 30, 40, 50, none of that. Ew, ew, ew. And you know, another thing that I say is like so damaging. Red pill makes the only people that are telling y'all that you're correct are other men that listen to red pill too. Y'all never hear women telling you these things are correct. You never hear women co-signing it. You never hear that. You never hear that. You never do. You only hear men co-signing you. That's it. That's it. And that should let you know right there, because if you guys are saying y'all are straight men and y'all like men, and y'all are straight men and y'all like men, then, if y'all say y'all straight men and y'all like women, why would y'all listen to what men are telling you? Why would you listen to them? They don't know. The guy that was up here, he left because, once again, men really shy away from having conversations about their delusional thought processes because they don't want anyone to challenge their belief system. So they would rather go and just live in delusion. Yeah. So anyway, that's what I want to talk about, you guys. Let me see what y'all said in the comment. Unbreakable, you said, my mom always told me not to date a man that's too much older than me. I agree. Let's see here. BG Lavish, you said, I'm 29 and I've never dated a 40 or 50 plus year old man, as you should. You shouldn't. Bella Nika says, unless he's paying, then yeah, I'll take it, but I don't love you, sir. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, y'all. Like, any of the men that do manage to be able to attract a younger woman, they're in it for the money, and that's it. And if you want to say that you having worth or value means that you can pay for somebody, then women can do the same. There are older women that like to pay for young men and like to buy them things and have intercourse with them and do all of that. So then those women have value too if it's all about paying for it. So what are we talking about? Like, honestly, like if all it takes is some money, like, you can go to wherever you know where it's young dudes at and be like, hey, I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to pay for that. I'm really for that. Pay for that right there. I need that. Let me get that up off of you, sir. We can go ahead and Oh, it's glitching, y'all. Let me see if it's some dudes in here yet again. Hmm. I don't see any men. So you guys, I guess y'all just have to like really like the live to, like combat that. So yeah. Hold on, you guys. I don't let me see.
God.
I accidentally hit these people. Hold on, let me get them out of here. Hold on. Y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta go. How do I get these people out of here?
What's your
Oh my
name?
gosh.
Is your name Babar?
How do I get these
My
people out of here?
friend,
No, I'm following. No,
welcome,
it's
you're
follow.
my friend,
Y'all, I might gotta
my
end this live.
friend,
Oh my
my big
Oh,
love,
gosh.
okay.
best friend,
How do I get them out of here,
you're my
y'all?
friend,
Oh my gosh.
yes,
Y'all,
my
I gotta get these
friend,
people out of here.
What
my big
the
love,
heck?
best friend, thank you, welcome,
Y'all, tell me how I get these people out of here. Oh my
my
Uh,
gosh.
friend,
I gotta restart the
my
live. Oh
friend,
my goodness. Get out of here,
oh, my
Abdul.
friend,
Get
welcome,
out of here, Abdul.
yes, my friend,
Go.
yes, my friend.
Get out of here. In the
One
live.
battle, my friend,
No, go
one
away.
battle.
Go away.
No, my friend,
Go
one battle,
away,
one battle.
Abdul.
One more, my
Go
friend.
away.
My big level bad friend, one
No.
battle.
No. Y'all, you know
One,
what? You know what, y'all? I'm about to restart this
one
live,
battle,
y'all. Oh
one
my God.
battle.
Oh
One
my gosh,
battle.
y'all. I'm
My
about to restart
friend,
the live, y'all.
one battle.
I can't
My
drop
friend,
him,
one
y'all.
battle, one
I
battle.
cannot drop this man.
Oh,
I cannot drop him. Oh my,
one battle.
oh my God. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I accidentally added that man up here, y'all. I was like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I accidentally added this man up here. And he was not trying to go. Ah. Oh my goodness, yes. 200 Maya Abdul was definitely playing. He know he could have dropped. He know he could have left, bro. He kept sending me a request to battle. Like, ain't nobody finna battle you, bro. If you don't get out of here, come on, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. Oh my goodness, that was so embarrassing, y'all. Oh my goodness. That was too much. That was too much, man. That was just too much for me. Oh my goodness. Talk about some no friend. No friend. Oh my goodness, man. That was wild. That was wild for real. Honestly, he was tripping. He was tripping. That just blew my mind. I don't even know, I don't even know what people do when they be battling. Like I've seen that before, on social media, like when people be battling or whatever. But yeah, that was just too much. That was just too much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, all right, all right. All right, let me Okay, so I just want to know, y'all, what do y'all think, seriously, about Shannon Sharpe? Like, does anyone feel sorry for Shannon Sharpe? Do y'all feel sorry for him? Or do y'all think that he got exactly what he deserved, y'all? And Abdul, bro, he uh we got no, y'all don't feel sorry for Shannon Sharpe. Okay. I don't feel sorry either. Y'all can add me to the mix. I agree with y'all. I definitely don't feel sorry for him. I definitely think that he got what he deserved. And somebody had made this like breakdown of the other deals that he had lost as well because of the allegations that she brought up. Somebody said that he lost almost $200 million. That he left almost $200 million because it was like $100 million offer he had for some podcast, and they were breaking down all these other brands that had dropped him or whatever. Now I don't know if that number is accurate because I didn't fact check that part, but they did say that. I do remember him losing endorsement deals, and if he lost that plus having to pay her $23 million, then that's exactly. I just, like I said, it's crazy to me that black men don't have to be slaves anymore in the United States of America unless they get arrested. So you don't have to be a slave. Hey, how you doing, supervillain? And you're able to work and earn your money and keep your money. Yet you still have black men that are willing to give all of their generational wealth that is supposed to be passed down to their children. They're ready to give all of their money away to mid white women, to take it, and they didn't earn it at all. That's so embarrassing and crazy to me. Like, honestly, I just think that's just a wild thing ever. That you have Shannon Sharpe, a man that earned all of this money playing football, risking CTE, and you gave up the majority of your net worth and gave it to a white girl to live off of comfortably and luxuriously, and she didn't do anything but lay on her back and play in your face. That and not to mention, I don't even know if y'all know that this just lets you know how stupid black men are. And the reason this is how stupid they are is that the fact is that he was almost 60 years old and got gamed on a girl that was, I think, 18 when he started talking to her. So you got gamed on by 18-year-old, 19-year-old girl. How embarrassing is that? She ran, you so dumb she ran game on you and ran off on the plug and got your bag. That's disgraceful. And I think that people never talk about the reason why the black community is in the state that it's in is because the black men that are the elders in the black community have no knowledge to impart. They have no wisdom to give. They have nothing to give the younger men because they're all stupid. And that's the reason why these young black men come up and they are unaliving people and robbing and doing all of these things, or at the very least destroying other women, being cheaters, ruining themselves and all, because they have no older black men to look up to. And that's scary. But let me go down here and see if Cammy has something to say.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Triggered. This is my first time in your live. I've been watching you for a while, but I just wanted to finally get up in here and say hi. Love your content.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. So yeah, what I had to say about the Shannon Sharpe situation is, I know a lot of people say that the white girl or whatever, she played him, quote unquote. I feel like he actually is guilty. So when people say that she played him, I don't know, it just comes off as a little bit giving him a pass for what he actually did, which is I believe he did actually sexually assault that girl.
Oh, I think you gotta say SA. But
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'll say this. I don't know if what my thoughts on it is controversial or not. I believe that her whole intentions on linking up with Shannon Sharpe was always in a way to get the bag, in my opinion. I don't doubt that he has done some actually inappropriate things with her. That I don't disagree that he didn't do something like that. So I'm not trying to make it like he's this innocent, black man that this white tea girl, just totally just she did everything. I'm not saying that. But I do believe that the girl approached him and all of this, her whole mind is that she was going to get him to do something so that he could pay her. I do believe that. And I do believe that she's an OnlyFans model. She is a prostitute. Like they were talking about in their text messages money for him to have intercourse with her. So she already, in my opinion, you know what's going to be coming when you're dealing with a man that's paying for it. He's not going to respect you. He's not going to treat you the way like you're his girlfriend. Now, is that right? No. But she was no person that was innocent either. So I do believe that her whole intentions was bogus, but once again, his intentions was bogus too. So he just got what he deserved. I'm not saying I think he's innocent. So I just want to say that I do, but I do think that she played him to get the money for sure. Like if you just look at the way that she texted him, like if you read the text messages, it was a very leading way that she spoke. And I believe that she was leading him that way, so because she knew that she was going to use all of that conversation and correspondence with them as a base for her lawsuit. I believe that was always in her mind. That's what she was going to do. You know, I don't know if you hopefully you see what I'm saying by that. Sis Cammy or Cam.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I see what you're saying for sure. I agree. Like, she definitely went into the relationship with him expecting it to be transactional. But I think Shannon Sharpe got to a point where he thought his money could buy more than it actually could. And I think that's what happens with a lot of like Hollywood men who end up in like the Me Too thing. Like, they think they can pay for a whole, like, I don't know, they think they can actually just buy these women. I mean, yeah, the woman put their body up for sale, but everybody has like boundaries, and I believe he did cross those boundaries. Um, but yeah, I mean, they were both playing the game together. He just lost.
Yeah, and I definitely get what you're saying too. And yes, girl, he definitely lost. He lost. I mean, he should have already known that being a black man, being an older black man, you're already gonna look like you're taking advantage of this young girl, regardless of what's going on. So the fact that he would ever play with her at all and do anything that he didn't completely have her consent towards, and he didn't have her signature, because in my opinion, before we ever engaged, if he was smart in anything, he would have written it out and had her sign that she's comfortable with all of these things, whatever he was planning on doing. And he should have had cameras everywhere to document anytime and everywhere they had any type of thing. It's his fault for feeling like he could trust her at all. But once again, I do agree with what you were saying, that men get money and then they start feeling like they can do whatever they want because they have this money. And they start feeling like they are like almost I guess untouchable to a degree. But I definitely understand what you're saying. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. But yeah, like I said, I think that Shannon Sharpe, though, the reason why his story is just so hilarious to me is that he had so much to say about black women, so much to say about older women and how younger women were better, only to have a young girl take him to the cleaners and take every doggone near every dime he got. You know what I'm saying? That to me is hilarious. Like, and it's also embarrassing because this was the same man that was online talking about giving his daughters a $30,000 budget for their weddings.
I saw that. Yeah, that is so wild. Like, the fact that you
Crazy.
can give this girl who, I don't know, you don't even know her. Like, I mean, you know her, but like, she's not your own flesh and blood. You just basically gave this girl your whole legacy.
Yes, it's really crazy and it's really embarrassing. And like I was saying, it's crazy to me because you can see, whitey women or non-black women pull these moves on rich black men all the time. Yet they are never a monolith. You never hear black men talking poorly about them as a collective. It doesn't matter how many times they run across Karens that tell them that they're not supposed to, their black behinds not supposed to be here, or calling the police on them, or lying on them, or taking their money, or doing this and the third. You know, to be here, or calling the police on them, or lying on them, or taking their money, or doing this and the third. You never hear them speak about them poorly as a collective, but you always hear them speaking poorly about black women as a collective. You know,
Yeah, that's crazy. And they don't speak bad about white men.
I don't know, the self-hatred and the buck brokenness of a lot of these black men has got to be investigated. But I mean, I think Shannon Sharpe is definitely a tap dancing bedbug. Sambo coon, whatever you want to call it, the same way he was like, viciously or defending what's her name, Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese and others. You was really putting your little saver, chick cape on for these white tea women, and look at you now. And if you don't have any money, and if you don't have any type of presence or fame or anything that these women can use, he will be gone. You know what I'm saying? These women won't give him the time of day. But like I said, I think he's deserving everything that he's getting for sure. I don't feel sorry for him in the slightest. Hey, Calandra. Hey, sis.
Hey, Trigger. I agree. And then somebody online said that he got paid $22 million in the NFL, and basically he gave her that. Like, that's really sad. Like, they say she retired from OnlyFans. I agree with that. Like, she ain't never got to work again. Like, I really hate he put himself in a situation like that. Like, that's crazy.
I saw that too. She retired from OnlyFans and then said, yeah, you guys, I'm retiring. I got some new businesses coming along, and I got some things look forward to it, or wait and see. And it's just like, yeah, wait and see from all of this man money. And that's so embarrassing. Like, I just feel like secondary embarrassment. That is so goofy of Shannon Sharpe. You risk CTE for what? Only to give it to a white girl that did nothing for you. Like what? I just don't even understand. I don't even understand how he's not somewhere just like super crashing out. I just don't even get it, because that's literally insane. Like, and the thing about it is that I was telling my husband this. I saw like Shannon Sharpe, right? He was on a show with Ocho Cinco, right? And he was talking about like the women that he was liking, right? And they were white women. And he was telling Ocho Cinco, like, hey, you know this new girl, she on OnlyFans, like she bad, she bad. And so I remember people talking about it. So I went and looked her up. It was a white girl, and she was very pretty. Like, she was very pretty. Her face was pretty. Her body was nice. Her hair was, I was like, oh yeah, she's a pretty white girl. I couldn't say nothing about her because she was very pretty. But then I was thinking, the girl that got all of this money, she looks very strong faced. I'll just say that for politically correct terms. She's very mediocre. And I'm just like, this is the girl that you gave all your money to? Like, honestly, if that's the case, you could have found any white girl in any neighborhood, anywhere, a low middle class to poor white neighborhood. You could have found any white girl that looked like that, and she would even ask you for all of that. Why you didn't even pay the money to a premium white tea woman? Like I said, like what? Super villain, did you have anything to say, sis? Hey, and hey, how you doing?
Hey, Treg. So glad to make my first appearance on your show. Y'all tap up the screen. Let's get her to the like she deserves. She is doing Mother Nature's work. This is, I mean, I'm going to be honest. The more this happens, the less I'm surprised, yet still the more I'm disappointed. I'm going to say this. Imagine, I think somebody brought it up earlier. Imagine being his daughter, his flesh and blood, and being told you can only have a, what was it, $30,000
Thirty
cap
thousand.
budget for a wedding that these black men say they love. They want their daughters to have the nuclear marriage and do the right thing, something he never had. Apparently he said he never got the chance to, I guess, be married or fall in love. I'm not sure. To go around and then see something like this happen, I mean, I'm just feeling for his family, his daughters mainly, as fellow black women. I mean, we know a lot of them don't love their romantic partners. They say they love their mama, but damn, not even your daughters. Y'all can't even do right for y'all daughters. I mean, It is so disappointing. I'm gonna say this. These are the men that say, again, he's no Pookie or Ray Ray. This is an established man in the public eye because we always like to point the finger to Pookie and Ray Ray in these terms. This was not a Pookie and Ray Ray. This was a very high value man, like they like to call. So this goes to show you the degeneracy. It bypasses education, social status, health. It is literally every single last one of them. It does not matter. My thing is, she was able to retire. I'm glad for her. Listen, I wish every 19-year-old that opportunity to have a one up on these suckers out here because I mean that is absolutely ridiculous. I really don't even know what to say, Triggered. All I can tell is congratulations to the 19-year-old. Hopefully, she can write a book and continue to let the situation make her money. Um, After that, I really have no. I mean, Trig, he put a $30,000 cap on his daughter's wedding. That's the part. That's the part that would just make me be like, Dad, for real? I don't know. I yield. I don't even know what to say. That is crazy.
Yes, yes, yes. I was agreeing. I felt the same way when I was hearing that. It's just like, wow, wow. And you know, like I said earlier, nowadays you don't have to be a slave. You don't have to work for white tea people for free, picking cotton and letting them take all the fruits of your labor. You don't have to do that. But now you have black men that are willing to do it freely, to give somebody, a non-black person, a white tea person, the fruits of their labor, and they've done nothing at all to earn it. Nothing at all. So this girl can live off all the money that you made from getting sacked, getting tackled, getting knocked down, getting your brain shook around in your skull. And just all because you're a thirsty, old, dirty old man that is a self-hating loser. And you actually let this girl racially degrade you. And when she was calling you the N word with the hard R, that's what she really thought you were. And that's why she ran your pockets just like that. You know, I don't even understand how that man is even able to function because if I had to do that, I promise you, I would have said, let's take it to court, heifer. You can show whatever X tape you got. You can show me doing anything because I'll be doggone before I give you a dime. Before I give you a dime of my money.
You don't know how he's functioning. I bet you that Nick Nog is on OnlyFans right now looking for the next one. I bet you $100. He is on OnlyFans right now looking for the next one as we speak.
Shoot, I don't know. I don't know, super villain. You think so?
I
Because
don't
his
think so.
pockets is low. Them pockets is
Because
low.
that took a lot out of his pocket.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I would bet y'all 100. I wish I could be a fly in a wall in his room right now as we speak. He's talking to somebody, incriminating himself right now. I'm telling y'all.
If he do that, boy, I'm gonna have to make 30 million videos about this man for forever and ever and ever.
I just think it's sad because like black men get on apps all the time and call black women gold diggers and say we break up families because we want to have government assistance. And then look at this.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. But you know, there is a different rules of engagement when it comes to, black women versus non-black women when it comes to black men. They give non-black women all the grace in the world. The women can unalive them, the women can run their pockets, the women can be do you know how many like I know this may be sort of anecdotal, but do you know how many like paternity courts that I see where it's black men with white tea women and these white tea women have cheated on them a million different times? They'll be like, yeah, I came home from work and she was in the bedroom and she was getting it on. Hey, he was giving it to her real good, but I accepted her back. And it's so many different things like that. And it's just like, wow, like if that was a black woman, y'all have been everywhere screaming to everybody about how bad black women are, how black women are for the streets, how black women can't be trusted. But it just seems like the self-hatred is very real in black men to where they excuse everything that these non-black women do. And I it's just crazy. It's just crazy. But go ahead, T.
Hey ladies, what's
Hey.
going on? Of course you already know I'm very proud of that young lady that was able to resign of, OF. I wish only thing I just wish it was a black girl. It's so
Yeah,
many
me
black
too. Me too.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. I wish that was a 19-year-old black girl. I would have made a whole life about that. I would have said, congratulations, my sister, my beautiful sister. You done changed the game. You done broke generational curses. You done, please make the best out of that money, being a new millionaire. Please make good of that money. Make sure your children will be smart. Make sure they're going to become successful. And not for nothing, if he would have done that to a black girl, I would have said you're the only black man that I've ever met that actually did something as generous to a black girl. I would have said to Shannon Sharpe if she was black, I would have said you should be honored. You actually should be great, should be happy that you're the only black man that's going down in history giving a black girl, giving a black woman all your money. I mean, as you should, but you should be good. You should be grateful about that. You should take a bow. And in this case, I mean, I agree with my girl Super Villain. I wouldn't be surprised he's there again because if he would have known his big behind didn't know at the age of 60 that he was walking into a trap in the first place, messing with young women, then he won't know. He won't. And this ain't the first. I'm sure this ain't the first woman that probably done threatened him or blackmailed him, and he just gotten so comfortable that he just continuously doing it. And this girl just happened to go out in the public and said something. Cause remember it was another I think an interview or information he tried to get her to sign an NDA. So I wouldn't be surprised if the other girl signed an NDA. Just that she refused to. So, so I wouldn't be surprised he'll do this again. He'll just make sure the girl sign an NDA before he even invite her over. He's just going to be smarter about it, but he's still going to do it. These men never learn a lesson. They just try to be slicker. That's it. I'm just saying, and that's the
It's crazy that he didn't. It's crazy, T, that he didn't tell the girl that wouldn't sign the NDA that he wasn't gonna engage with her. Then, stupid.
listen. That's the power of golden retriever coochie. You didn't know that? That's the power of golden retriever coochie. These black men can't get enough of it. They can't. They love laying down with dogs. They love catching the fleas. They love getting the ticks. They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it. That's why they love the white tea man. The white tea man was beating their ass for like over 600 years, and they still love the white tea man. So of course, when you hear the white tea woman, oh yeah, he gonna do it. He is willing to do anything for that white tea woman. It's gonna be more, like I said, it's gonna be more white tea women. They can't get enough of being abused by white tea people. They love it. They love it. No one can convince me that BLK men do not love being degraded, beat up, disrespected by white tea people. Because you keep going back for more. If history that's in books on the internet didn't teach you nothing in 2025, then that means you must like it, and it shows that they're sick in the head, so I get a kick out of this story all the time that when I be hosting live saying, married for business purposes and all this other stuff, I'm called a gold digger. I was accused of women, black women like you are what's wrong with the community. You're gonna destroy the messages you sending the young black girls is not gonna be good, blah 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 blah. But yet you got this blah, but yet you got this millionaire throwing $23 million at this white tea woman, and nobody says nothing about that. But of course, I'm going to be married to a man. He's gonna be well accomplished financially. Of course, they have a problem with a black girl saying that, with a black woman saying that. They wouldn't have no problem. It was other. other races of women saying the same thing, which they do say the same thing. I go on their side of TikTok all the time. I go to Asian TikTok, YT girls TikTok, East Indian girls TikTok. They damn near talk about the same stuff that I'm talking about. But when I see the comment section and everything, it is not really that much of beef or smoke they have like the smoke that I be having on my platform. So yeah, like please, oh please. To me, this is a joyous another dumb black man got taken down by a white tea woman. So it's gonna be more. They're not gonna learn a lesson. Oh, did you hear about that football player, that young boy? Now his girlfriend, his wife is divorcing him now after 6 months. The one that they all was saying go get a prenup for.
You lying. I know you lying, T.
Shit
You
you
ain't
not.
talked about Travis Hunter, T.
Shit you not. Oh
You
yeah, I think it's Travis Hunter. I shit you not. She's already online crying about he's a bad husband. She's already building up her case for alimony and divorce and child support. She's already building a case
mm,
after 6 months.
that's
After
wild.
6 months. Hey, and listen, like they can't get enough of it. They don't have a problem with gold diggers. They got a problem with who's doing a gold digger. They don't mind their preference being a gold digger. They don't mind that. They have a problem with black women being quote unquote gold diggers.
I agree. Girl, I just know I got to look that up as soon as I get off this live. Oh my goodness. But let me go down here. I think Supervillain has something to say, and then I'll go and start back again at the bottom to Miss Cam if she has something to say.
Hey, Trick, and T is always gonna get me. She said she was so proud of that woman. That made me laugh. That tickled me, T. I have to just reiterate because my mind just cannot wrap around the thought that he gave his daughter a 30,000 budget for her wedding. Her wedding, y'all. I'm just like, can we just like not his side chick, not his wife, not an old girlfriend, his flesh and blood. Y'all know the father's side is supposed to pay for the wedding, right? When a couple gets married, the bride of the father is supposed to pay for the wedding. That like I don't understand how I'm just the confidence I would have in my father. $30,000. First of all, regular people spend more money than that. I spent more than that on my Sweet 16 in the 2000s. Y'all, it really hurts me to know that his daughter knows that something like a transaction like this happened, 23 million, and he only wanted to give her $30,000 for her wedding. That shit hurts me. By the way, this is the same man that black men love to big up. But did y'all know that Russell Wilson donated upwards of $10,000 to all of Future's children for their scholarship for college? The same one they call lame. When one man who they should be uplifting is giving money to his stepson's other siblings, not his kids, Future's other kids that he does not deal with, $10,000 and upward for their scholarship for college. But they're trying to defend a guy like Shannon Sharpe. And then they want to be leaders. And they want us to follow their lead. At this point, 19-year-old white girls should be the leaders of the black community. I'm sorry. They have more wisdom than a lot of these dudes. I yield.
All right, all right, all right. All right, Supervillain. Yeah. And I said this earlier. I said the reason why the black community is in like shambles is because there is no elder black men that have, the collective of them, they don't have any wisdom. It's skipping, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I need to block some people. Okay, I see a couple people that need to get blocked. All right, hold on, y'all. Okay, let's see here. Oh, and hey, I see Coach T here. Hey, how you doing, Coach T? Um, I think here's another. No, that says Gina. All right, let's see. Do I see any? Is it still skipping y'all now? Y'all let me know if it's still skipping. Cause I did block some dude in here named Loner. Sometimes it be like dudes or whatever that be in here that be hating. But let me know. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that that's why I said the black community is in the state that it's in is because the elder black men don't have any type of wisdom or knowledge to impart to the men coming behind them. And that's the reason why the black community continues to get worse and worse with each generation, because there are no elder black men imparting any knowledge. Like, you know what I'm saying? There are none. And that to me is actually ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly. Um and as I said, like, I just feel like um that's how I feel. But I hold on, I got thrown off, you guys. So Lee says, why did you block me? You blocked my backup page. I support you. I was tapping the screen. I don't know who you are. What's your main page, Lee? I feel like if you got if the there could have been a mistake. You know, I do have mods, or what happened? What occurred? Let me know. Cuz I wouldn't want to okay. Hey, how you doing, Star
Oh
Boo?
yeah. Oh my bad. Trigger. I don't mean to interrupt. Yeah, Lona is Lee. Yeah, remember when we was talking about nail polish and she came up?
Oh,
Yeah, that's
okay,
her.
Lee. I'm sorry. You said I blocked your loaner page.
No,
Sis, I
yeah,
thought
her
that was
name
a
is
dude.
Lona.
I
Yeah,
I
her
thought
name is
that was a
Lona.
dude. Huh?
No, I was saying yeah, the name is Lona. I get the confusion because she like the page is dark. I get it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, Lee.
I get it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, Lee. I'm sorry. I thought that you were a man. So like when they say the live start skipping, I block all the profiles that look like they're men. So that's what happened. I'm sorry. After I get off the live, I'll unblock your loner page, okay? I apologize, loner. I thought you were a man. Cuz I couldn't see your picture. So I thought that you was a man. Like it was a male profile is what I'm trying to say. Not that you were a man, but like hopefully you get what I'm saying. But let me go down here to Cam, and then and then I'll go to Calandra and then Bella. Go ahead, Cam, if you have something to say. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, before the live went off, like the first time, I was listening to you talk about how like men in general tend to say that men get more value as they age, whereas women don't. Um, and I honestly don't think they believe this. I really do think it's just something that they say to like scare women because I remember seeing this meme that got popular, and it was a picture of an old man and a young girl, like I guess kissing him or whatever. And the caption was like, when my son asked me why he should study hard and like work hard and get money, I show him this picture. And when my daughter asks me why, I show her the same thing. And it's basically just saying like the more money you have as a man, the more women you can get when you're older, and the more money you have as a woman, the less chances you have of having to like, I guess, like put up with an older man for money. So like I think men like definitely know these women don't genuinely like them or love them or find them attractive. They definitely know the money is all that they have. But that's all I was gonna say.
Okay, I got you, Cam. I'll just say, as far as like the old men, the money thing, I just wish that more older men would understand that the majority of them, 95% plus of them, will never even have the amount of money that it even takes to even do what Cam just mentioned. They won't even have enough money to do it. They won't have enough money to attract those beautiful younger women, to even tolerate them, for them to even be there for the money, because they won't have enough. And especially black men, they will never ever have collectively. Now I would say, if we're talking about black men, then we have to even push it to like 98%. 98% of black men will never have the money that it takes to be able to attract these women when they're 50, 60 years old, and to get these women that are so beautiful, stunning, young divas, to even give them the time of day or opportunity. And that's where I feel like red pill is dangerous, because it's telling y'all, these men, that they will be able to do these things, and they won't. the reality is it'll never happen. Let me go up here to Kalandra. And oh, I'm sorry. I think it was another lady that was up here. She just dropped. I'm sorry. I just forgot your name. Whoever you was up here. If you want to come back, I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak, Bella. Okay, Bella Nika. Okay. Go ahead, Kalandra, sis. If you have something to say.
I just wanted to add that I think the problem with black men is that they want to be like YT. And that's why I think they run around with like average looking white women because they're never with like a pretty girl. Because I'm looking at this girl and she has a very average face, like a nice body, but her face is very average. And I think a lot of it is self hate. And that's why I think they spend their time bashing black women. But it really doesn't make them YT because you're never going to be YT no matter how many Beckys you smash.
You know what I find very odd, and I'll just piggyback off Kalandra's statement, is the difference in what black men will accept from white women or non-black women versus black women. For you to be a black woman, you have to be completely flawless, body perfection, face perfection, hair perfection, makeup perfection, personality perfection. Everything has to be a 10 out of 10 for you to say anything positive about a black woman. But these non-black women can be built like refrigerators, manly looking faces, just, bottom of the barrel or mid. And now all of a sudden, she just the hottest thing smoking. It's very, very, very weird. It's very strange. It doesn't make any sense. Kalandra, you said you had something else to say,
Yeah,
sis?
I just wanted to add, like, to piggyback on what you said. It's like a plus size person. When I tell you, like, I've seen, like, black men look at me very disgustingly, but would have, like, a white woman on his arm that is about, like, bigger than I am. And I would just be like, what? Like, I'm sorry.
Girl, yes. I've noticed a lot of black men love very big Beckys. Very big back Becky's. All right. That's what we'll say. Big back Becky's. BBBs. And they will be walking around with them just like, you know what I'm saying? But if you were black and you were that size, he'd be talking about ugh. But I think the reason why is because the whiteness is the get the catch. The whiteness overweighs anything else that they got going on because they're so self-hating, which is really embarrassing. But yeah, I can't tell you how many black men that I have seen with BBBs, and I've been like, are you kidding? And sometimes they will have the audacity. Sometimes they might look a little embarrassed. They might try to walk behind her a little bit or whatever, And I just be like, oh, okay. You better not be walking behind your big back Becky. Go over there and cuddle that girl, hold that girl hand. Don't try to act like you don't see her now that you see me. Has that ever happened to y'all? Like you said, it happens to me a lot. Soon as they see me, they want to act like they don't know the girl. You know her. You know her. Don't act like you don't know her now because you didn't see me. But anyway, go ahead, T.
Gonna say it's so funny that they only consider black women to be all supposedly big back and all that other stuff when every race of women can be big. It's just that we're just not shameful of our size. And as a matter of fact, when they do get with like a girl that's plus size, another race, they a lot of times they don't be ashamed. If I'm gonna be honest with you, there's a Samoan girl that's like she's a plus size model, and of course she got on her arms a black man. Black men don't have a problem with big women. They have a problem with big black women. There's a difference. It seemed like you could see a Hispanic chick, you could see an Asian chick. Like I said, in every races of women, they could be plus size, but for some reason, they can snag a black man as quick as I can snap my fingers. Versus a black woman would be called a linebacker and whatever the case may be. So another thing I was gonna say? I was gonna say like yeah, they do like getting with white tea women for social status, for validation to show like massa that look, I'm close to you now because I got one of your women, you know That's usually what they be doing. And I wanted to agree with that real quick. Hold on, someone's at my damn door.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you guys. I mean, I definitely agree with what all you ladies are saying, and I just say, you know, there's psychologically, I wonder if you guys always talk about how I know that there's something wrong with the collective of black men. I just don't know what. But I did ever ask you guys, do y'all think that it can be actually repaired? Do y'all think that the psychological buck breaking of black men that has occurred, do you think that it is reversible? Do you think that it can be reversed or no? Dag. A lot of people are saying no. I'm gonna go to supervillain real quick and then T, because I think both of y'all want to answer the question. And I would love to know y'all thoughts.
Yeah, it's not gonna be broken. This is a behavior that black men have displayed before white men had them bent over a tree stump. Again, I always point to the Iberian Peninsula, the occupation of southern Spain, which lasted 800 years. Black men ruled and had that whole area on lockdown. And what did they do? They made they weren't considered white tea then, but Spaniard women the apple of their eye, and they made their black women counterparts subservient to those women. So this is why I say don't even call it buck breaking. They've been doing this when they were the most powerful in the world. They were displaying this behavior. This is a conversation that our ancestors, right, triggered you 5,000 years ago, T you 5,000 years ago, Calandra you 5,000 years ago. We were in a room having the same conversation. And we're likely going to have it 5,000 years from now, unfortunately. But no, I don't think this behavior can be healed or broken. This is a behavior that has been passed down and survived the Ice Age, survived chattel slavery. We're going to be talking about this in another 5,000 years, unfortunately. I yield.
All right, all right. So supervillain says no. All right. That is just it's in are you saying that you believe that it's in their nature collectively? Is that what you're saying, supervillain? I'm sorry, I just have one more follow-up
No,
question.
no problem. I'm going to be honest. I am not the person with all the answers. I don't know if it's in their nature, but I absolutely know it's in their history. I absolutely know it was in a different language, but we've had this conversation 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago. We're having it today, and I almost promise you my bottom dollar triggered that our descendants are going to be having this same conversation in 5,000 years. I know that for a fact. Yo.
All right, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna go up here to T. What do you think, T?
Well, the answer is absolutely the fuck no. Absolutely. Let's just say, even if there is curable, the amount of labor and stress that psychologist is going to have to go through, I don't think they have the money to even be fixed. If I'm keeping a buck with you, damn, by the time that psychologist already done fixed them, the bill is going to be like a $1 billion. I honestly don't. No, I mean, I was gonna piggyback what Supervillain said. I was gonna go take it back during a time like Emmett Till's time, where black men was still wanted to get those white tea women. During slavery, they wanted the white tea women. During the time of segregation, they wanted the white tea women. Jim Crow, they wanted the white tea women. Even so much so, the movie Sinners, what they still had to get themselves some type of white tea woman. It will never stop. I mean, she took it all the way back during the Moors, time. Shit, I wasn't gonna go that far. But yeah, it seemed like they just love themselves some like I said, some golden retriever coochie. They just like it. I mean, they love it. I mean, they don't care if their life is on the line. They gonna get them one, and they don't care how much money they have to spend to get it.
You know what, y'all just mentioned sinners. And I don't know if I think we talked about sinners before on the live, but I can't remember who was there. But I just know that I know it was some people that I think took issue to the fact that I said the sinners. I don't feel like Sinners is a love story. Or I mean, I know it's supposed to be kind of like a story that is, it's representing other things, but I I did not feel the love for Black women in that movie. I did not. I felt like it was still very stereotypical tropes that they put in there. As far as the white woman that they put in there that was playing, I guess, a biracial white passing lady, and the way they represented the black woman there, the dark skinned black woman. I didn't like it. And I that lady is white. I'm not even about to play no games where I'm talking about her grandfather. Like,
When I
she is
see
a white woman.
when they
Okay.
said she was
And
white too,
yeah, that movie really rubbed me the wrong way. And honestly, I had a couple people mad at me because I said I didn't like the movie. I didn't like the movie. I always like, you know what I'm saying, to see black people on screen, and I always want to see black people win. I did go see the movie. Me and my husband, that wasn't even his cup of tea, but he went because I wanted to go. I went and saw it. I did like Sammy, yeah, and the boy that was singing or whatever. But I tell you what, yeah, I wasn't feeling the way they represented black women in there at all. And I do think that that's exactly the point that I'm talking about. Like, you have Ryan Coogler, that is a director, writer, whatever, has, money, power, and privilege, and you say you're writing this script, and yet you don't feel like you would want to make the black woman, and it has nothing to do with her size at all, because that's what people accused me of the last time. It has nothing to do with her size. I think that the black woman that played in Sinners, the plus size woman, was beautiful. I think her shape was beautiful. You don't have to be thin to be beautiful. You don't have to have a certain type of body shape to be an attractive woman to me. Like, so I think she's very attractive. I thought she was attractive when she was in Lovecraft Country. However, they could have made her the diva or the bombshell or the whatever. They could have written it in a way as such, but they did that. They didn't do that on purpose. They made the black woman less glamorous. Yeah, less glamorous on purpose. And that is in akin to the way black men view black women. Even black men that are with black women. Because I still feel like it was something right. Now, what nothing right, something not right about that. And of course, we already know Michael B. Jordan, the Snow Bunny lover that tried to be in a fake relationship with Lori Harvey to get black women back on his side. And it worked for some black women, but it don't work for me, because I don't know. And I don't even believe in calling everybody PR relationships, but I don't believe Michael B. Jordan likes black women. I just don't. And I don't think he even likes black women that are, even if they look more like, like Lori Harvey, like more on the white, like I guess a Eurocentric look. I don't think he liked them either. I think he liked him some straight up whites, period. You got to be white tea to be over there to where he would really like you. But I'm just saying, I think that there's that whole thing of the way they even perceive and see black women is strange, and it's crazy. And it would be different if I could just say that it was just black people, but black women don't see black men in that same way. You have, like, I remember it was like, okay, Proud Black Woman. Y'all know her. I like her. I think she's dope. We were having a discussion. It was like a few days ago, whenever the last time I went live, and we were talking about black men and a whole bunch of other stuff. And she said that she thinks that black men, are the most attractive aesthetically, but it's their personality that she have a problem with in the way they treat black women. Now, she said that, right? Now, she knows full well about how black men are, but she still said what she thinks about their looks. I didn't say anything at the time because I was ashamed, but I agree as well. I personally think that black men look the best as well too, aesthetically. I don't like their personalities collectively, but I do think that black men look better than any other race of men. That's not to say that there aren't that there aren't other races of men that are attractive. That I might say, oh yeah, he's a cute white man, or he's a cute Asian man, or he's a cute this and that. Not saying that, but what I'm saying is that I do think that black men look the best, and that to me, I hear that from black women a lot. Even black women that don't mess with black men, right? I hear black women say that. And it's very sad that black women have this sort of love and respect and self-love for themselves and the men in their community, but black men don't have it. And that to me is weird because I don't know where it comes from. Because black women will be like, hey man, I don't like black men, but I can admit that they look this, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. It's so embarrassing because I don't like to say that publicly because I don't like to ever give black men props publicly because I don't think they deserve it. So I feel bad because when black women said it, I agree, but I ain't say nothing. But I thought about it afterward and I was like, she was right though. Anyway, y'all let me know what y'all think about that too. Y'all can just speak if y'all want, because I really want to know. I don't know. It really irks my soul. These are questions that I be really wondering. Like, I just don't understand.
Listen, Triggers, I agree with you. Me and T literally had this conversation maybe a couple days ago. And I know that's surprising coming from me because it's all men, but I've always said, obviously, I find black men attractive, the attractive ones, not the collective. I'm talking about the attractive black men. So all y'all ding-nogs in the background thinking it's you. No, it's not you. I'm talking about the ones that are attractive, the attractive black men. Of course. I made a statement to even say that all the women, non-black, black, whatever, who find black men attractive, a lot of the times, what do they have? A black mama. So I really don't understand black men's vitriol, thinking they're the most desired, but also hating black women because that black woman is part of what makes you desirable. Nobody's running around here talking about they love the black men with the white mamas. Let's just be for real. Let's just be for real. I just want to throw that out there. I've even said myself, if I were ever to get married, of course, I tell you all the time, it has to be an old white man that's rich because I'm getting my reparations. That's how I plan on getting them. But I could never, and I know it's going to sound so terrible when I say this, I don't think I can procreate with a non-black person. I don't plan on having any more children anyway, but I just feel like that's a waste of my good genes. I know it sounds terrible, y'all. I'm no angel. I'll take it right there. I'll take the L for that if it sounds terrible. But I have always said that. This is literally a conversation, T. I'm sorry to throw you out there. Me and T have literally just talked about that. As much as I can't stand the knickknacks, I find them the most attractive. That's all I can do is be honest about that. And I think a lot of black women are honest about that. But there's nothing wrong with us. It's them that have the issue because most people are attracted to their own kind. That's the thing. We look stupid because our men are not loyal to us. But if you look at every other demographic, even Asian women, because Asian women date out the most when it comes to interracial dating as well. But they still find their counterpart attractive. You don't hear Asian women online talk about F these Asian men, they shrimp noodles and all this blah, blah. They're not saying that. For some reason, black men have a vitriol which they have to express. It's like they have to let y'all know how much they despise black women. So it's just weird. We're not the weird ones. We're supposed to like our own kind. They're the ones doing the weird stuff. Ayo.
All right, super villain. All right, I'm gonna go down here to and I agree. I'm gonna go down here though to Kalandra because she said she wanted to add a point about sinners. Go ahead, sis.
For me, as somebody who writes, I have a dream of writing movies one day. I don't think he should have casted that girl as the black girl. I think he did that intentionally because he wanted people to leave the theaters and think Haley Steinfeld was the prettier girl, because I'm pretty sure he knows all the conversations about Lizzo, and I'm like I said, I'm heavy, and as a plus size black woman, you're not always found in movies as the person who's the prettiest or the person that feel like a prize. And I feel like he wrote that intentionally. And I also feel like he kind of went into that mammy stereotype with her because she was very like nurturing, caring to him. And I didn't really like that. I didn't like the way he wrote that. I'm sorry. I don't think I would have wrote it like that.
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I do. I had said that in another live too. And I was accused of like being like fat phobic and just trying to beat down black women, and I wasn't. I was saying that like I agree. I said because he knows how people are perceived and he knows what was gonna happen. And I just noticed that even the other woman, the other black woman that I guess people said was attractive, the thinner woman, he made her like she's a adulterer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he could have did the way he did it. I feel like it's set up um for the white woman to be put on a pedestal. And I think it's crazy if y'all want to brag to me about this is it's a black movie for black people for us to see, and then for you to still do stereotypes where you make it to where the white woman is still going to be looked at on a pedestal. There's plenty of. Oh, go ahead, Calandra.
And I agree with you on that, Trigger, because like me, I'm like obese. I am heavy. And for me, I didn't like that because like you said, he knows, like he has been in his film for years. Like obese women are not the ones who are desirable. And for me, I could have respected him more if Halle character would have been a dark skinned girl versus a YT woman, because then you, like you said, he really went into those stereotypes, and he probably could say he didn't, but I think he did, and I didn't like that.
I definitely agree. And like Coach T mentioned in the comments, she said the press tour was heavy with Michael B. Jordan and the white girl. So many of they little skits, so of them like talking with each other, laughing, and slow-mo videos of him and that white girl. So many of them saying like, oh, I wonder, how was her fiance, cool with this because they have such a great vibe and all of that. I was like, yeah, okay. Okay. You could definitely tell, you know what I'm saying, what it was meant to do. And that, to me, that let me know also that black men are sick in the head, because why in the world would you, that be what you put out there? Weird, weird, weird. And it's crazy because, you try to say something like that about sinners, then people gonna tell you like, oh, you should be happy that it's some black people on film. I don't give a it's black people on film. Like, put black people on film and, put it on there, you know what I'm saying, for a reason. I was just talking about you, sis.
For me, also, like, as somebody who wants to write movies, like, that's one of the main reasons why I do. Because I'm sorry, but I think black men make mockeries of, like, black women. And that's why I wanted to go into the film industry. Because I don't like the way they write us. Even with black men dressing like women. And then they always do big women. Oh, I'm sorry. I can go on and on about.
Oh no, so I was interested. I was listening to your thoughts, Calandra, but I definitely agree with a lot of what you were saying for sure. Hey, how you doing, proud black woman? I was just saying I had just mentioned you, sis. I just mentioned you like 3 minutes ago.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was wondering. I was like, for the past couple days, I hadn't seen you. I don't know if you've been live, but I
No,
hadn't
I've been
seen you.
gone, girl. I've been
Okay. I was like, so I've been checking. I'm like, let me just pop in and see if she's on. Yeah, you're on. Hi, everybody.
Hey, yeah, I was just mentioning you because we were talking about like black men and like their self-hate and stuff. And I was like, when you had said, I think it might have been the last live that I was on, that you was on, and you had said that you thought that black men looked the best aesthetically, but you didn't like their personalities because of how they be treating us. And I told everybody, I said, when you said it, I didn't say nothing in response, but I agree with you. But it's like, I don't be liking to give black men no props at all, ever, for nothing. So I didn't say nothing. And I said, I was going to say it today. I said, I agree with what Proud Black Woman said. I said, but I don't really want to say it too often, but you wasn't here to.
That is so funny. No, about Shannon Sharpe, just real quick.
Okay.
Everybody is saying, here's the thing. Everybody is saying, oh, black men never learn. They just keep going to these white girls. I know they brought up the fact that Who was it that warned him? Monique. Somebody even said Lil Yachty warned him. The other comedian, male guy, warned Shannon Sharpe about messing with younger women. And he still didn't learn from that. And I had did a video yesterday explaining that the one thing that black men get out of this is, at the end of the day, y'all, they just like being able to say that they stuck their penis into a white woman. At the end of the day, that's what they're getting out of it. That's why they take the risk. It's worth it to them, because at the end of the day, that white tea woman was forbidden fruit 600 whatever years ago. Okay. And now they can hit it. That is what he's getting out of it. Everybody's wondering, why do these black men continue to do this? That's it, y'all. they don't care if they lose everything behind that. You know, people are saying how Shannon Sharpe didn't want to give his daughter, I didn't even know the man had kids. He didn't want to pay for his daughter's wedding. He only gave her like $20,000, I heard. Then they said, you know,
he said he gave her a $30,000 budget, girl.
Yeah, something like either way under 100,000, right? And then they say that he told his kids know not to call him for nothing because he's not going to help them. But he literally just set up a white woman for the rest of her life. So it's like, he understand that this is the mindset of black men. They don't care about losing money as long as they get to enter inside of a white tea woman. That is what people need to remember. That, you know, we can say she got what she want. Shannon Sharpe got what he wanted, though. He wanted to be able to lay up with a young white tea woman. And that is worth it. That is something for self-hating black men. That's huge for them. So that's what I want to say on that.
All right. I got you, sis. And you know what? Coach T in the comments, she mentioned something too. I forgot that in them text messages that he said that he was gonna give that white tea girl $50,000 per cheek, bro. That's crazy. He was giving her more for her per cheek than he was willing to give his daughters for their wedding. That's so crazy.
And I mentioned to you that again, my Sweet 16 was more than $30,000, and that was back in 2016. So for him, I mean, that's the part that hurts my feelings the most. The daughters. I'm just thinking of what his daughter is sitting down thinking right now, especially since the father is supposed to pay for the wedding. The father of the bride is supposed to pay for the wedding. He's disgusting and despicable. I don't forgive him. I could imagine what his daughter is thinking right now.
I mean, for real. And just like Miss Soft Life said in the comments, she said for a basic white tea girl. And that's what I said earlier. I said, oh my goodness, now black women that they engage with got to be pure perfection, a 10 in the face, a 10 in the hair, a 10 in the body, a 10 in everything. But then you willing to throw away all your money for this bottom of the barrel white tea girl that's mid. I don't even feel like she's mid, but I don't be trying to be mean and just shame people, but I don't think she's attractive in the slightest. So it's just like, what did you even see, bro? But go ahead, Miss Soft Life.
But that's the thing, though. I agree with all the prompt here. I agree with 1 through 5. The thing is, black men don't require non-black women to be top tier because them not being black makes up for all of it. So the attitude that they complain about on black women, they happily accept on Hispanic women. Black women being overweight, that is happily accepted on white women, hence that white woman and black man stereotype. Everything they hate on black women, they proudly accept on non-black women.
That is true. Can I say one more thing too, Triggered?
Go ahead.
To add to that, because she's absolutely freaking right. I also talked about how we have to understand too, because there's always going to be mammies and pick-mes. There's always going to be mammies and pick-mes that are going to say, oh, that white girl, she played him. She knew the game. Like I said yesterday in my video, black men who do not see white tea women as the end all be all would never be in this situation to begin with. I know black men personally that They don't see white tea women as a god. They don't see white tea women as the prize. So they would never be caught up in this situation. The only type of black men that are in these situations and keep finding themselves in these situations are black men who put white tea women on a pedestal. And that's why I say me personally, I'm always going to take the side of the white tea woman. I'm on her side. And the only reason why I'm on her side is because I personally love to see non-black women take down black men. I do. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's funny to me. It's hilarious. I'm gonna laugh each and every time because that's what these dudes get. These dudes spend all their time tearing down black women. And it's another black man that came out and said this. Like, this is why we can't build no generational wealth, because we have too many black men who are in a position as Shannon Sharpe. And instead of them, at his age, at his big ass grown age of 57 years old, this man should have been married already. He should have a wife. Instead, he laying up with a 19-year-old white tea woman. A 19-year-old white tea woman that literally has the pick. Wasn't cute at all, but she still has the pick of the litter because of her age. So for this man to, instead of worrying about building generational wealth, because they literally said that the amount of money that he paid her is more than what black colleges have. So all that money that he just gave to this white tea woman, he could have paid for one of these HBUs. He could have put bread and butter in black young kids' mouths. And this is why we can't build generational wealth, because we have too many black men in the community who would rather go lay up with a woman that's not black and give it to her. So when these non-black women do whatever they do with these black dudes, baby, trust me when I say I'm laughing. It's funny, and I hope they continue to take them down, because black men need to learn that there's a price to pay for your what is the word I'm looking for? There's a word I'm looking for where it's called you turn on your own people. Black men are treasonous. They are treasonous. They are. That's the price that he's paying. So it's funny as hell to me. They had a recording of him. They had a recording of him, like somebody saw him at the airport, girl, looking just I mean, he had on like a gray Swiss suit. Did y'all see that? Somebody recording him. The man just looks horrible. He looks, and I hope he's suffering. But y'all know what? Shannon Sharpe will be laid up with another white tea woman tomorrow. It's not gonna stop these dudes.
You know what's
Same
crazy?
thing,
Everybody
proud black
said
woman.
this.
I just said the same damn
Yes,
thing.
I asked Proud Black Woman.
This
I
is
said, "Hey, what
why
do y'all
I
think?"
just told you.
T said it. Super Villain said it. Everybody was saying that they think he's still gonna be laid up right with one. Oh my
Talking
goodness.
to one right now.
OnlyFans right
He's
now
talking
as we
right
speak.
now. But
Go
that's the
ahead,
thing.
T.
But that's the thing I want to piggyback when my girl, proud black woman, said. Like, for the ones who do get something, y'all don't leave it to black women. Y'all give it to the white tea women. The white tea women be the ones that they legally marry. The white tea women are the ones that they be giving them all their money. They want all they talk about legacy, legacy, legacy. When y'all don't even want to legally marry a black woman and continue your so-called lineage and legacy by having your children take on your last name. You rather give all of that to a white tea woman and you don't give that to a black woman. That be mind boggling me when they talking about, oh, my lineage, legacy and legacy. Y'all love giving your legacy to the white woman. Y'all love giving it to her. Y'all don't give it to the black woman. Like, seriously, and they be the main ones whining about how much smush smush and black women do a year. Like, bruh, black men were behind doing that shit too. What the hell? Who the hell you thought was paying for it? So I just find that to be very, very funny that all these so-called high-value black men just go get up and go right back to the white tea women. And it's simultaneously always talking about how it's systematic racism. Black women shouldn't want a six-figure black man. It's impossible because it's systematic racism. But when y'all get money, y'all go to the white tea woman. Like, I don't get it. That makes no sense.
Yeah, can I say something? Or are we
Yeah,
going
yeah.
in order?
No, you can go ahead,
Okay.
Miss Off Life, and then we'll go. We'll get back in order. And I
Okay.
do have two people waiting in the request box, you guys, just so y'all know. But go ahead, Miss Off Life.
Okay, I always say this, I always, and I truly believe this deep in my heart, Black men will serve the culture on a platter for non-Black women to consume if it means getting a chance at a piece of, non-Black, you know what. because there's no way we have had women like Iggy Azalea, Danny Lay, Erica Mendez, infiltrate the Black community, talking the way they do towards Black women, all because Black men opened that door for them. We never see these women step to Asian women, white women. It is always Black women they feel comfortable talking crazy to because of Black men, because Black men pedestalizing them, because Black men putting that battery in their back to talk crazy to Black women and give them the confidence to do so.
I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Miss Soft Life, you made a great point. That's definitely true. Lex 2590 in the comments said Cardi B. I think Cardi B's another one that has had that battery put in her back by Black men. You're definitely correct. And that really makes me sick, because half the time when a lot of these women that are not Black play in your face is because a Black man has made them feel comfortable in doing so. And sometimes they get encouraged to do so, like by Black men, like almost like, yeah, go ahead. You like, excuse me, like, but I definitely agree with you, Miss Soft Life. Let me go here to Professor BJ.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to come up. This topic has just really got me heated, like everyone else here on the panel. This is just so disgraceful, so disgraceful. He should go somewhere and dig a hole and just crawl in it. I mean, how do you literally give away everything you worked your whole professional career for to this young lady? I mean, how dumb can you be? He is literally the laughing stock of the sports world and the Black community. And second thing I want to say is that it is unfortunate, but Black men hate Black women so much because they hate themselves. So it's a deflection that they turn that hate towards Black women. Yet whenever they're in trouble, who's the first person they run to? The Black women. That's all I had to say.
All right. I appreciate you, Professor. Let me go down here, and I'll start in order. Then I'll go down here to Cam, and then I'll go back up, you guys. Well, I'll go down.
Hey, so I know you guys are saying like he's probably got another white woman right now, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he, pulls a Jonathan Majors and pops out with some random Black lady, like trying to win back over our support. And I'm telling y'all, if he does that, do not forgive him. Like, I know nobody in this live, in this space will, but I feel like he might be able to get away with, finding some Black women his age and popping out and being like, oh, I changed, I turned a new leaf. And all of a sudden, all these Black people are like, oh, he's doing so good. Like, look, you guys, he turned it around. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he made that move, because Black women are always the PR for them, unfortunately.
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think that Black women are the PR, and which really upset me when it came to like Megan Good, because I was just like, in Jonathan Majors, I was just thinking to myself, like, are you mentally well, sister? Because when Jonathan Majors was at the top of his game, when he was, one of the most sought after actors, and everybody was saying that he was going to have an Oscar and he was going to be this, that, and the third, and he was going to be one of the newest of the new generation of actors that was going to be superb and all of this. And I'm not going to say that Jonathan Majors can't act, because he can. He wasn't looking for any type of Black woman. He was out there with Snowbunnies everywhere. And not to mention his child is also by a snow bunny. But now all of a sudden, when he's on the downtrend and disgraced, now all of a sudden you looking for a Black woman. And it really disgusted me that Megan Good played into that, because it made me sick, because it was like, you when you're at the top, you're not looking for a Black woman. But a Black woman, even at the top of her game, she's still always looking for a Black man. And that's embarrassing, because you gave this man an opportunity, even though he was disgraced and all of these other things, and let him, connect himself to you. But if you were disgraced and he had everything to win and everything to lose as well, do you think that he would connect himself to you, Black woman? Absolutely not. And that is what I'm saying. It's so many Black women willing to do things for black men that they would never ever do themselves, which makes me sick. And I think also Miss Soft Life was mentioning something about like he made, like Shannon Sharpe may pop out with a, biracial or, ambiguously looking, black woman or something like that. I think that's exactly what Michael B. Jordan did with Lori Harvey. Everybody, he was already exposed for not liking black women. I remember when it happened because I used to like Michael B. Jordan. So I remember when it happened, like he was on that boat or whatever. And it was all the white girls there. Was no black. And it just started going like, oh, he don't like black women. And he started losing because every black man that ever makes it really is catapulted to more success by the love that black women have for them. And then once black women show love, then by default, all the other races of women are like, hey, well, who is this that black women like? We gonna like them too. And then they end up liking them. But black women are the ones that catapult them. So Michael B. Jordan had to find something real quick to go ahead and be like, let me get black women on my side again. Let me let black women know that I actually do like them, even though everything about that man screams that he does not. He got with her because he couldn't even stomach a unambiguously black looking woman. He had to get with somebody like her. You know what I'm saying? Not that there's anything wrong with her, not just because she doesn't look, it doesn't mean that she's not black. I'm just saying that he chose a certain particular type of black woman. And that to me is disgusting how black men use and prey on, the sensibilities of black women. Like, you know what I mean? It's just really, really disgusting. And it's so one-sided. Hopefully y'all understand what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't trust Jonathan Majors. I don't trust Michael B. Jordan. And I definitely do believe that if there is some type of media playing role, if he does pop out, I do believe that it will be with somebody like what Miss Soft Life was mentioning for sure. But I don't have any problems with Lori Harvey either. And I just want y'all to know I have any issues with Lori Harvey. I appreciate how she runs these men and goes ahead and gets her coin, or she gets rid of them and kicks them to the curb and they don't say nothing about her. She don't say nothing about them. I have no issues with her. But I'm just saying that, it's yeah. I don't know. And then this what's crazy to me is one more thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna let everybody talk again. Is that if you notice, in my opinion, it is like the black men with the most, black features or Afrocentric features or unambiguously black features, they're the ones that seem to hate black features the most. Which is so weird. Like you saying you hate these features, but they right there on your face. It's just like how 50 Cent and Lil Wayne sat in that interview and talked about like not liking, wanting to be around exotic women and don't nobody want to see black women because they essentially boring. You know what I'm saying? They can see that stuff anywhere. They looking for somebody that look like they just came off a boat. And it's like, did y'all Negroes come off a boat? No. Oh, okay. Y'all look like two. And I'm not even going to be funny and talk about them the way they talked about black women. I'll just say both of y'all are two dark-skinned, unambiguously black-looking men. How dare y'all talk about somebody's features being exotic? Do y'all Negroes think y'all features is exotic or what? Like, what are we doing here? I don't understand the idea of demonizing black women for something that you have yourself. That's crazy. And I'm not saying that I haven't met any self-hating, like light-skinned men, that have like been, colorist towards darker skinned black women. I have, but I will say the most colorist men that I've ever seen have been men the same color as the women that they are disrespecting, which to me is literally insane. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really, really nuts. Like, but anyway, let me go up here to the top. Let's see here. The Vox says a lot of them honestly don't want you all to be their mothers. I'm not quite for sure what that means. And let me know, are you a male or female? The Vox, because I'm confused. All right, let me start at the top. Go ahead, T. Did you have anything to say, sis, still? Or you had anything to say? Like, I was waiting for the Vox to say something because I don't know what they on. Let's see. Let me see if I can get T. You there? If
Yeah, my bad. I was in the kitchen. I'm heating up popcorn. Um, No, I was agreeing with everything that you were saying. It's so funny that when me and Super gonna be talking about this on the back end, how like digging into the black man's psychology is really strange, and it's almost borderline scary. The amount of like hatred they have for themselves is not even funny. Like they're literally like EDPs. They're mentally ill. On my platform, I talk about nothing but like give examples of the most healthy minded black man, and you can guarantee a black man will run up there and say, no, that's not, no man is like that. To them, there's no such thing as a decent man. Like they just mentally ill. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Okay. I definitely agree. I wanted to respond again to the box. You said something about they don't want you to be your mothers, and you said you are a man. What does that mean? Like, does that mean that you're saying that black men want white women to be their mothers? Is that what you're saying? Cause that's confusing to me if so, because okay. Okay, y'all say he got pictures. Okay, let me block this person and never mind. All right, I got it.
To his page, he got like posts of high school girls dancing. So he's either a high schooler or a creep,
Oh, okay,
one
okay.
or the other.
All right, T. Thanks for coming, sis. Thanks for coming, sister. Yeah, I don't even want to address what he said then moving forward. Did you have something to say, proud black woman?
Yeah. Two things. I wanted to reply to Professor. Yeah, she said it in a nutshell. Because one of the things I want black women, what I want us to stop doing is I would like for us to stop saying black men hate us. Black men do not like themselves. Black men do not like themselves. So everything they do is a deflection. So we have to stop, because I feel like a lot of black women have internalized black men hate us. Black men, why don't they like us? No, black men don't like themselves. They don't like their skin. They don't like their position in society. They don't like the fact that they have not been able to move, meaning move up. And I want you to understand something, black women, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I sleep very good at night knowing this one thing. Okay. And I'm just gonna say this, and I really hope not to offend anybody, but I'm just gonna keep it real. I believe in karma. I believe that what goes around comes around. Nobody's gonna convince me otherwise. So what I mean by that, black women, is I want you to notice how when black men disrespect and harm us, I want you to notice how the police officers come and do the same thing to them. I want you to understand and notice how their preferences are also doing the same thing to them. This is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. You will pay for the things that you do in this life to other people. And I don't know what's taken black men so long to understand that. Because see, black women are too silly, in my opinion, to put the dots together, but I'm gonna put them together for you. There is a reason why black men as a collective group are the most likely victims of police brutality. There is a reason for that. That is not coincidence. It's not coincidence, y'all. That's the work of the Spirit of the Lord. It is. So everything that they do to us as black women is going to come back to them. It's always going to come back. Black men have never been able to escape that. And they will never be able to escape it as long as they continue to punch down on the women who give birth to them. So I need y'all to understand that and stop running to their rescue. I noticed that, I'm going to say this real quick. I noticed that with the young black man, the video that came out that showed him in the car. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? And the police officer punched through the window and punched him in the face.
Yeah.
So look, they showed another side to that video today. I don't know if y'all saw the other side. And this is why I say, y'all got to stop. We as black women, you got to stop being so ready to defend black men. You have got to come out of that, because they showed the other side today, baby, on TikTok. I was scrolling. That police officer kindly asked him when they first stopped him, That police officer told him why they stopped him. He did not have a seatbelt on, and his lights was not on, and it had been raining. And that little black boy sat in that car and said, I need to see your supervisor. I need to see your supervisor. And the cop was like, look, man, I just told you why we pulled you over. And he repeated it again. And then he said, I need you to step out of the car. He was warned. He was warned. And do you know what that black boy did? You know what he did? He slammed the door in the police officer's face. Now, I'm not going to say that he deserved to get punched, but I want y'all to listen. What we not finna do as black women is we're not going to sit here and act like these police officers are just going after black men for no reason. The average black man, when he gets stopped by the police, he's done something wrong. A lot of times, black men are rolling around with expired tags, stolen cars, expired driver's license. They got weed in the car. They have weapons that they are not licensed for. Are we finna sit here and act like the average black man is rolling around and ain't got nothing to hide? Like, stop it, black women. We got to stop acting like black men are not putting themselves in these situations. He did not have a seatbelt on. That is a reason to get stopped by the police, y'all. The police is supposed to stop you if you don't have exactly. Somebody said no insurance. We all know this. We've all dealt with black men who have had these situations. I know I have, and I had to cut them off. You ain't got you got expired license. I can't mess with you. You driving around in a stolen car. I can't mess with you. So what I'm saying is there is a reason why these things are happening to black men. And as black women, we need to be quiet. We need to mind our business, because black men, the hatred that they spill onto us, I'm telling you right now, as much as y'all may not care about the white man, the white man gonna handle them. And to be honest with y'all, he's the only group of men that's able to handle black men, because they don't listen to us and they don't listen to nobody else. And we need to be grateful, honestly, black women. We need to be grateful that there is a group of people that can put them in their place. Because if there wasn't, there would be more of us that would be losing our lives. So that I just want y'all to remember that.
All right, proud black woman. I was gonna respond to something, but not to nothing that you said, but something that somebody said in the comments. But I think Kim, when she was talking, when you said something, she had commented something. Kim, can you tell me why you think that? Like, what makes you think that it's beyond them hating themselves, but that they hate us too, Kim?
Oh, I just think like I don't know, like I've grown up with black men. Like it's not just like reading news articles and seeing things and looking at statistics. Like I've lived out those statistics as far as like domestic violence goes. Like I think like yeah, they definitely hate themselves, and they hate themselves, but it causes them to hate us too. And
You there? I think you got muted. You there, sis?
sorry, yeah. I feel like if you tell a lot of black women like black men just hate themselves, a lot of black women will go, oh, those poor black men, they hate themselves. Like, I have to help them. I don't know, like I have to help fix their mind or whatever. But if the language you use is like, no, like these men, like they can be dangerous and they do help you. Like, I mean, they do hate you, like stay away from them. I feel like that's a lot more effective, because I don't know, like it's true. They really do hate us. I mean, they hate themselves too. I agree with her, but from what I've seen, from what I've lived out, it's like, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, Kim. Okay. I think I understand where you're coming from. I really understand where both of y'all are coming from. I think that y'all points aren't too far off from what y'all, you both of your points aren't too far off from like meeting. Let me go down here to Miss Soft Life.
Yeah, I truly believe that a lot of black men just despise black women for being the ones that give birth to them. So many times I've seen black men, as an attempt to try and bash black women, kind of expose their hand and say that white women raise better men. So that lets me know that they low key wish they were white men. They already admitted that white women, in their opinion, raise better men. They hate that we are their female counterparts.
Okay, all right. I'll just say, I think that there's something wrong with the collective of black men. And I know everybody's giving me their perspectives on what they think. I know Supervillain has a thought that is something that's always been present in them, the way that they feel, as far as how they feel towards black women and things like that. And then, there are other people that think that it's the buck breaking that's taking place here. I don't feel like that can totally explain away the behavior of black men that are not black American, because that this same behavior, this same self-hating behavior exists outside of the black American community. I'm a black American person. It's not just us, even though if you talk to people that aren't black American, they'll try to run this game on you and tell you that it's just black American men when it's not. I sat there and watched a podcast of Nigerians, and the Nigerian men were talking about how much white women were better and all of this other stuff. And I'm just like, what's the excuse here? Because these Negroes wasn't enslaved like that. Like, it ain't nothing but people that look like them over there. So what the heck are we talking about? I didn't see the same conversations with the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the Sierra Leoneans. You know what I'm saying? All of them. We want to talk about the Caribbean people, the Haitians, the Jamaicans, all of them, and it is present in all of them. So we can't just, because I swear, if you're not black American, I know that if you are black American, you heard people try to run that on you and say, just like somebody said, a tiny minority. It's not a tiny minority. It's a lot of y'all that's self-hating. Please stop it. It's a lot of y'all self-hating. And I'm not surprised it's a black profile with a black man goofy face on it saying that. It's not a tiny minority. And y'all love to say that. If it's such a tiny minority, why is that the representative of all of y'all? If it was such a tiny minority, that wouldn't be who you are to not only us, but to everybody else. That should let you know right there that it's everybody. That's the first thing somebody want to say to a black woman to get shady. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, that's why y'all men, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's the same excuse for everybody. You know what? You say the majority of us want black women. No, the majority of y'all want to use black women and take what you can from them. But y'all deepest desires to when y'all have some type of support, when y'all don't need support, is not a black woman. Y'all want a black woman when y'all don't have anything to offer. And tell me what you see when you see black men get a lot of money, a lot of power, a lot of privilege, a lot of fame. And I'm not about to be messy up on this app, but there is a billion-dollar athlete that is represented as such a family man that has a black wife and black children, fully black wife, fully black children, that has been tricking on white heifers forever and cheating. And I know this for a fact because he is from my hometown. Okay? I know for a fact that he does this. He has tricked on a black woman, but she's super pale. Super pale. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that she's very close to, like, how she's like got proximity to whiteness. I'll say that. Very Eurocentric features, very beautiful woman, very Eurocentric features, very pale skin. She is fully black though. That he tricked on and bought her a whole bunch of things. So no, that is y'all heart's desire at the end of the day. So please stop it. Don't get out of here, because that it's just not true. But I'm gonna go down here real quick though before I go in line to Gina V, because Gina V, I was confused at what you were saying. Let me block New P. Either you can't even get in the chat, so you're just getting blocked. Get out of here. Yeah, I had a Gina V.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what was you saying? Like in the comments, I didn't think I could understand what you were saying.
See, I don't think it's the average black man that makes all this trouble. It's the below average black man.
Okay, so you think that the average black man is doing great then in this country?
I'm not saying he's doing all that great, but I mean, I came from black parents. My grandfather was black. To me, they were average and they were okay. They weren't getting into trouble and stuff like that. They were just
But are you for sure?
average.
Are you for sure about that though? Because I feel like when it's people that talk about their grandparents, or you talk about your grandparents and you talk about that things were okay back then, I feel like, did you really talk to them? Because I know that I actually talked to my grandmother, and she told me how many times that, and I'll just tell this story. I've already told this before. My grandmother, who was married to my grandfather until the day that she passed, well, he passed first. So until, she was married to him for all her life. And he passed at like, he was like 90, I think 90, and she passed at like 88 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Um, my grandfather got her pregnant and another girl pregnant at the same time. Okay. And she would always tell us, the grandkids, this story that she told him that, hey, you got to marry me because you got me pregnant first. So I don't understand this whole idea of when people talk about, like, back in the day, like these older black men with their grandmas and stuff like that, things weren't going on. I sat there and watched the TikTok with a video of an older black woman. She was at least in her 80s, talking about how she got impregnated when she was like 18 years old by a black boy, and wanted that, apparently the family wanted him to marry her, and he said, no, I'm not going to marry you, you burnt, you black. Why would I do that? I got this light-skinned girl with good hair that's gonna marry me. I'm not gonna marry your burnt behind, so forget you. And she was talking about it. It's everywhere on TikTok. Like, she was still deeply traumatized and she was in her 80s. I wish that we would, like, actually, we have to be real about what's occurring, because these things didn't just pop up out of nowhere, you know? But
Oh,
you can go ahead. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
okay, well, I never knew my mother's mother. She died before my mother had children. I knew the grandmother that I called grandmother was my grandfather's second wife. But my grandfather was a father to 8 girls and 2 boys. They never had anything bad to say about him. He lived till he was 92. I mean, he was born in 1885. They never had anything to say bad about their father. When we used to go to church on Sunday, my mother would drop me off at my grandfather's house, was down the street from church, and I would walk with him to church. So that's how I was brought up. My grandfather, to me, he was average. I mean, he could build a house, he could there was nothing he couldn't do.
So you think that the black men nowadays, I would say black men 50 and under, you think they're building houses?
No, not all of them. Some can, a lot can't. But a lot don't have the same opportunity. They're raised in the city. I was raised in the country. And so,
This is what I'm saying though. What does that have to do with black men being average or above average? If a man is a man and he wants to make opportunities for himself, he can make opportunities for himself the same way black women do. I don't
and a
I don't
lot of them do,
understand.
and those aren't the ones that make the news. The average black man doesn't make the news. He's like the forgotten one. They don't talk about it. It's just like you go to a restaurant and you don't say about how the average server was just fine, but it's the one that's really, really bad or the one that's really, really good. That's what you focus on. The average one,
I
you
can't with the
just
lies. The
try not to
lies
see.
trigger the lies. I can't take it. She just said the average black man is not mentioned on the news. Did we not just do a live about a man who left his child, a black man, average black man that left his child on the
That's
porch?
not average, or
When
average black man
that
doesn't do
is a
that.
regular
Average
black
black men are
man.
creating broken homes every day. What are you
That was
talking
a
about?
regular black man who did that. The average everyday black man. He wasn't a celebrity. He wasn't a C-Rock head. He was a man who walked off the porch and left his son to get
I
kidnapped.
saw that, and to
That was
me,
on the
that's not an
news.
average black man. That's a man with problems. Who would do that? That's not an average man.
What
That's
is
a
the
stupid man.
what's your definition of the average black man to me?
Okay, hold
That's
on,
not
Maybe
you
that's
guys.
where we're
average.
having a
No.
disconnect.
Let's okay. I feel like this is that with women like Gina, we have to speak in a term that she might be able to understand. If Gina, what I prefer to have with you, and I'll let the other women respond to you, of course. We're going to talk about statistics when you talk about the average black man. The average black man, statistically, the black man is the least unemployed race of man in the United States. The black man is the least educated in the United States. The black man in the United States is the most violent towards his women out of all other demographics. A black woman is 6 to 7 times more likely to be unalived by a black man than any other races of women by their own men. So when we talk about the average black man and you look at it statistically, because I'm not here to talk about, how your anecdotal experiences or, your granddad or the men that you may
Well,
come
you
across in
mentioned
your
your
life.
anecdote too, but
Okay,
okay, I'm listening.
I didn't mention anything anecdotal. I just mentioned the story about what my grandmother said, but I guess in fair, I'll just say I'll respect, and we can say that's anecdotal, but that's the reason why I decided to hit you with statistics. So when you look at things about black men being the most violent, right, towards the women in their community, over other races of men, when you talk about the education level, when you talk about the incarceration rate, and when people talk about the incarceration rate, a lot of times people say, "Oh, it's not the black man's fault. The white man is harming the black man and getting the black man locked up." Well, then why is it that black women who share the same black skin, their incarceration rates are down? Actually, white women are incarcerated more than black women. And I would say that if we're talking about the average black man, these are the average black man. These stats apply to the black community. So where is the answer for those things when we look at the fact that in the black community, the black man collectively is doing more harm to us and to each other than other groups of people are? So where does this worship that you having for them come in when statistically there's not anything for you to praise?
Oh, I don't worship them. I'm just speaking to me for real. Okay, you talk about the broken black homes. Well, let's talk about there's the average man from Atlanta. Oh, do they call him an average? I forget what they call him. Who has like 7 or 8 babies, 7
She's
or
not
8
black.
different women.
She's not black. She's not black. So we can't bring her up. The girl that she's not black.
No, not the girl. I'm talking about the man. The man is black.
Yes.
Some of the women are black. Some of the women aren't black. To me, that's not an average man. What man goes around making 7 or 8
2/3 out of
babies?
60% of black children are growing up in a single parent home. That is more than half, which means that more than half of black men are creating broken homes.
No,
If
not more than half, because those men are making
66%, half of 100% of those children, more than half of those children are growing up in broken homes, meaning
And
that
how
men.
many of those children share the same father?
It
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Yes, it
Average
does.
black
Okay.
man
If
is
Wait a
a
minute.
one,
Wait a
baby
minute.
if
Wait a minute.
father.
Wait
one
a minute, you
man
guys.
is
Look.
creating 10
Okay.
broken
First of all,
families,
let's stop that because the
that's
majority
one
that's not
man.
true. The average man that has children doesn't have 10 baby mamas. The average man that has 5 children doesn't have 5 baby mamas. The
Right.
average man
It's
doesn't even
not
so
average. It's
no,
the
so what no,
unaverage
this is
man.
what
That's
you're
not an
not
average
no,
man.
what
Exactly.
you're not listening to me, ma'am. What I'm telling you is that the average man is choosing a woman and making a baby with her and then he's leaving. It's not like he has 10 baby mamas. Those things are outliers. So when she talks about the 60% is representative of the collective of black men, it has nothing to do with you acting like, well, let's see, probably the majority of these men have 10 babies and these women are all going with this one guy that's making 10 children. That's not true at all. And there's no facts or stats or numbers to back that up. That's the reason why I'm trying to have this conversation with you, because you need to look at reality and you need to look at numbers beyond your defense and protection of black men, because what you perceive to be the case is not the case. It's not. And even when black men get with other races of women, they make them single mothers as well. There is an increased risk statistically for black men to make any race of woman that they engage with a single mother, because there is something going wrong with the collective of black men and how they perceive family and unions. So hopefully that makes sense to you. So when you keep saying like, it's not the average, it is the average. That's the reason why the black community is in the state it is in. The men that are not the average are the men that don't behave that way. They are the ones that are in the small percentage. They are the ones that are a very small percentage. It's a large percentage of what's going on right now. Let me just go up here. And yes, and once again, when we already talked, somebody wanted me to tell you about the unemployment rates. I think I've already said that black men are the least employed race of man in the United States. That's also a fact. That's the average of what's going on in the black community with black men. However, black women, on the other hand, are the most employed race of female in the United States. So what do you have to say to these type of numbers? I I don't know. What is your response to that? And then I'm gonna go up to the top. Do you have any response to that?
The most employed female is the white female.
No, it's not. The most employed.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. It is not.
Percentage wise, you say it may
No,
be black,
the
but it's the
most
white
employed
female.
race of woman in the United States is the black woman. Period.
I'm looking right now. Let me just look.
Yes, please do so. It's the black woman is the most employed race of women. Like the loudness and the wrongness is blowing me, bro. Like what?
While she was looking that up,
Go ahead. Oh my God.
I just like to tell people like this, women like this, when they do this, especially when they romanticize the past. I asked them to go and take a paternity test on their fathers and their grandfathers, because the past, I love to romanticize a lot. Yeah, I don't even know half of us is the milkman or the mailman's baby. So this past that y'all romanticize all the time is not even for real. Like, while you looking that up, she probably can't paternity test her grandfather. I'm sorry.
No, he's
I'll be on
dead.
mute.
My
My
father's
bad.
dead too, and my mother's dead.
So did
Okay,
you
black women historically experiencing the highest unemployment rates.
what
Okay, let's see.
did I say about it? I said that black women are the most employed race of women. They work the most. That is a fact.
Okay, work the most is not the same as the most employed.
Yes, they're the
For
most.
forever, I
What?
worked a job and a half.
Oh my gosh. Okay, lady. I'm about to really start crashing out because the
Okay, I'm
fact
sorry,
that
don't crash out.
yeah, the fact that you would come up here and this is the reason why it's a lot of younger women that don't trust the older women. Like I can tell that by your voice, you're outside of my generation too. But this is
Yeah,
just
I'm
really great.
63.
You said how old?
63.
Yes, I it's very disturbing. That it's like, never mind. I'm not even, let me just not even say nothing. I just think it's crazy how it's so many of y'all that have this loyalty to black men. They have never had it for you and they will never have it for you. They will see you walking somewhere and you need something and they will overlook you like you are nothing and nobody. I have no idea where the imbalance of loyalty comes from. Like, I have no idea. I can guarantee you that you have not have the majority of black men that you have come across poured into you and giving you more than they have taken. But yet you are here, up here on this app, defending it with your chest and defending the indefensible. It's crazy to me. Only so for me to sit there and tell you that black women are the most employed race of women, which they are. Which they are. You notice that she did not say they were not, because they are. It's crazy to me
You're right, because I
that
looked up unemployed. Let
I
me look
know
up
because I know what I'm
employed.
talking about. Once again, I know what I'm talking about. I don't say anything that comes out of my mouth that I haven't researched and fact checked. So once again, what I'm saying is that I ask you, if black women can do all of these things, how come black men cannot? So how are you here talking about the average when the average, all of these statistics look at them very poorly and negatively, but yet you have something to say positive about what? When the collective of them are not doing anything worth your praise. So where is it coming from? Why are you praising? And this is what I'm saying. The reason why the black men that are underneath you, your black sons and the black grandsons, are doing piss poor is because they have a granny like you that is saying, oh, yes, you're doing fine, King. You're doing fine, son. I know you've been beating the brakes off that girl. I know you don't work. I know you got multiple baby mamas, but it's all their fault. It's all these black women's fault. It's their fault. It's not yours, son. And you allow these men to live in delusion, and then they come in and they destroy the community, and they keep on doing it over and over again because the elder black women are not there to leave them grounded or rooted in any type of reality. And to
And
me,
they
that's scary and
scared.
disturbing. You've
I
got to do better. You've got to do better, sister. Because if you don't do better now, when you gonna do better?
Triggered.
I don't praise bad behavior, and I never have. But
You
I
did
think that
here.
the
You just
I
did.
still say the average man and the average woman. Maybe we just don't agree on what average is. I'm
No,
sorry.
I no, you
Average,
don't agree with
hold
numbers, you don't agree with numbers,
on.
and you don't agree with statistics. And also you don't agree with logic because I completely tried to talk to you from a logical point of view, but I really believe that there is a breakdown and there's no way to get you to click out of your black male worship. Like there's just no way I can
Yeah.
go ahead, proud black woman. I think I think Proud Black Woman has something to say in response, and then I have Kalandra respond as well, and then I'll go to Miss Soft Life.
I'm just trying to understand, Green. I don't understand why you're here. You keep saying the average out of respect. You keep saying the average, right? And I want you to understand something. We all are having the same experiences with black men globally, ma'am. Like everywhere, everybody is having the same experience with the average black man. So when it comes to even meeting a black man, you have to literally go through 100 of them before you find one. Before you find one that actually wants to take you out, get to know you, pay for dates, be in a relationship. The average black man, let me tell you what the average black man would do. The average black man just wants to lay up. He's willing to sleep with you. He is willing to impregnate you, and he is also willing to walk away. You can just look around the community and see that. We're talking about why black women are the most educated, why we are the most unemployed, why we are the biggest entrepreneurs. Have you ever thought to ask yourself why that is? The reason why is because we cannot depend on black men. That is why. It is literal survival for black women because we understand that we cannot depend on the average black man to stand up and step up to the plate, ma'am, and marry us and take care of their children. This is why I never had kids with a black man. This is literally why. This is literally why I did not want to suffer raising these dudes' kids by myself. That was done on purpose. So the average black man that you keep talking about is we have to go through so many of them to find one decent one. Can you explain that? I
No,
already know the reason why. I already know. I'm asking if she can explain that. Since
I
you keep
said
talking
no. I
about
can't explain that
it. Okay, so why? So then, if you cannot explain that, then my question is, why are you sitting here defending the average black man? Why are
because
you
I
defending him?
see the average black man. I see the unaverage ones, and the unaverage ones. Why there may be a lot of them. They're not the majority still. And no, I don't have any sons. I don't have grandsons. I will never have grandsons.
Are
I will
you
never
married?
have grandchildren.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Have you been in relationships with black men in your life?
Yes.
Well, what has happened? Why aren't you married, and why didn't those relationships last?
My last relationship was with a Caucasian man. And the relationship before that was with a black man. And the reason that one ended, it wasn't on him. It actually was really on me. I got into a fight. And when I got arrested, I didn't want to call him because I didn't want to hear the holiness. I wanted my friend to come pick me up. Then I look up and there he is at the police station. And my comment was, why are you here? I didn't call for you. And that was the beginning of the end. Because I didn't want to hear it.
Well, let
Didn't
me.
trust a black man to rescue you,
Oh
basically.
wow.
No, I didn't say I didn't trust him to rescue me. I
Sounds
didn't
like you
need
didn't trust him
rescuing.
to me.
I just needed a ride home.
You leaving out a piece of story. Sound like there's something with that black man you did not trust.
I didn't want to hear his holiness. He was a good black man, but he was a lot nicer than I was.
And so is that the only black man that you've ever entertained? Is that one that you didn't want to give
Oh
you up
no,
for
I
the
had an
girl?
awful one. Very first man was awful. Awful, awful, awful. Him I would never do again. He's dead now, so it doesn't matter.
All right. I just feel like I like I said, I think that the idea I'm not here to call anybody, a liar. I'll say that some of it does seem like things are being left out, but I would venture to say that if there were black men that were great black men that were plentiful, as you have just said, that the average black man is, amazing, awesome, and will pour into a black woman to love on her. I believe that in your 63 years that you would have been able to find one and secure one. I really do believe that.
I did. The first one was insecure.
Yeah. I just believe that. And I think that there's a lot of times when you talk to black women about these black men that they say are, plentiful. I would say 90% of the time they don't have anyone there. And I really do want you to think about that. Like when you go behind black men, you lift them up. Think about, oh well, do I have one? Then maybe they're not as plentiful as I think. And
Yeah.
what's your name? That one crazy guy here. I just want to say something real quick to you. That one crazy guy, 811. You said you're a white tea man that you've dated black women exclusively all your life. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you date all your life. You're not gonna get any type of praise for liking black women over here. Okay, you're not. Black women are amazing and awesome, and they don't need your validation. All right. So I don't know if you think that this is like a white tea man praise area, but it's not. So please get your goofies out my life. Like, matter of fact, I'm about to block you. I could care less about anything that you got going on, how many sisters you dated, because what is you dating black women got to do with anything? You just like the Negroes out here talking about you've dated black women all your life. Where's your black wife at? Where's the black woman that you pouring into? Where's the black woman that's having a soft life at home, being taken care of by you and you paying all the bills while she's sitting there relaxing in the lap of luxury? That would mean something to me. You saying that you've dated black women means nothing at all. All it means is that you are taking from them without giving them anything. So you're
No.
blocked. All right.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Get out of here. Um.
Hey, real quick, trigger, real quick. There's a bitch in the comment section. Her name is the Co Queen. I don't even know who this is,
Oh
but
yeah.
she in
I've
there
seen
talking.
that as well.
She's in there
Where's she
talking.
at?
Look,
Y'all.
she's in there
I
talking
would like
noise, talking about I'm masculine, and she know all these black men who are good men. I don't know who this is. I don't know why she would be a follower.
I would like to
Okay. Hold
add
on. Hold
on
on,
to that.
y'all. Uh,
Pull up. What's up?
Let me
Yeah.
see. Okay, I see her. Hold on. Let me send her a request. The Co Queen. If
Can
you
I
want to
say
Boxing
throw, if
gloves,
you
something?
want to
trigger.
throw shots at the ladies on my panel, like
I
at least have the, the I guess cojones. Is that
I
the word
actually
to come up here and let them address you? I
yeah.
Trigger,
sent you a
she threw
request.
boxing gloves.
Say
That's
something.
crazy.
That's crazy, yo.
I would like to actually, I what I was going to say was actually in response to what the co-queen said in the comments. I also want black women to be aware of non-black women, biracial women, and even sometimes other light-skinned black women that are in defense of black men, because it's always the preferences defending black men because they know that black men heavily pedestalize them. So of course they're going to get the better treatment. Watch out for these women because they're very sneaky.
Yeah, I'm looking at her. Yeah, her name is the KO Queen. I sent her a request, but I don't think that she's responding to it. I did click on her picture and blow it up. She looks like she may possibly not be black,
Yeah,
from what I can
she
see.
looks biracial,
Yeah, she looks biracial or
which
maybe
makes
like
sense.
Latina, possibly.
Yeah.
I did send her a request to get in the box. Like, she's very strange. Like, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, the KO Queen, to get in the box, because you coming at any of the ladies in the chat and not actually having the, like I said, the balls to come up here and talk to them in their face means that you're not KOing nothing. You're not KOing anything at all. You're actually scared. But like I said, I will give you, and I will let you speak for 2 minutes uninterrupted. I won't let anyone interrupt you. So please come up here. You'll be able to speak. You will have 2 minutes to speak uninterrupted. But if you feel like you don't want to, that's fine. But I'm going to block you. I just want you to know that, because you don't talk to crazy to nobody up in this live, especially like I said, I respect proud black woman. She's a very beautiful woman, intelligent sister, and let her talk to you when you talk to her. Don't just be in the chat talking crazy, because that's weak. That's
And you,
cowardly behavior. I don't
and
get
you know,
behind that.
yeah, and you know what's so funny? I took a peek at her profile, and it seems like it appears she's dating a dark-skinned black man, which checks out.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like she said, the KO Queen, I really don't want to see nothing else that you have to say unless you respond to my request and get in the box. You can say anything that you have to say in there. Like anything that you have to say, you can say it in there. You know? But I honestly, yeah. Anywho, y'all gonna give her till it's 9:56. Well, where I'm at right now, I'm gonna give her the 9. Okay, there we go. So go ahead. What was you saying? Let me put the timer on for you, KO Queen, so that you
Well,
have
I don't need a timer. I was just responding to her talking crazy to me in the comments. That's
okay.
all. I just said she was, she was masculine and I didn't want to argue with her. I didn't want to get on here and argue with her. That's all. But
What
what
makes
I
her
responded to
masculine?
but
Why
look
am
at
I
her comment to me.
why am I masculine though? I'm trying to figure that because I don't put up with black men in their shit.
No, it's because you're yelling. That's all. You're yelling. You're very aggressive. Maybe
How was you
masculine.
yelling in the
Hold on,
chat
hold on,
box?
hold on. Maybe masculine was the wrong word to use. I mean aggressive.
Okay. So
That's
I'll just say this. I take y'all say y'all went to her page and she biracial.
I'm
Um
Arab. I'm
You're
Arab.
Arab. Okay, so you're
Oh,
not
that
even
makes it
black.
even
So
worse.
let me tell you something. You got to be out your rabbit ass mind if you think that you gonna call a black woman masculine or aggressive on here. The
I
thing
did.
about y'all is that y'all like black dick, but y'all don't like the black vagina that it came out of. Understand that the black
That's
men
not
that you
true.
with,
That's not true. I
shut your
support.
mouth. Shut your mouth. Understand this, that the black man that you with wouldn't even be a black man that you desire unless he came out of that black vagina. So you need to respect every black woman on here. You don't get no pass to go talk crazy to no black woman on here. You ain't black. I don't care how many black balls you gargle on. I don't care how much black dick you take. You are not a black woman. So you sitting there weaponizing racist language, which is masculine and aggressive against a black woman, will not be tolerated. And you are absolutely pathetic. And I pray that you do not have any black children, or not even black children, because you could never have a black child because you are not a black woman. I pray that you don't have any biracial daughters and give them biracial confusion at your hatred towards the black women that are the only responsible for the man that you were laid up with. You
And
are an
that's
absolute disgusting disgrace.
it
All right?
wasn't it
And
wasn't
no, and you're not gonna say anything else. But proud black woman, if you had something to say to her, you can say something to her. But I had to drop her. I went here. Once I heard she wasn't even biracial, girl,
yeah,
you got to get your
that
ass
was
going.
crazy.
Triggered. I absolutely love you. I appreciate that. I didn't even know where she came from. I just, when you were talking and somebody else was talking, I saw her comment, and the first thing she said was, you're aggressive, you're being too aggressive in the comments. I'm like, wait, what are we talking about here? So then I go click on her page and I realize she's following me. Okay. And y'all got to understand, a lot of people that be following you really be haters. So I'm like, she's following me and talking about me at the same time. So then I'm like, well, come up. So I didn't say anything to her first. She had a problem with what I was saying, not even understanding. And this is why I say, black women, I'm going to continue to be whatever you want to call me to be. You can call me aggressive. You can call me whatever you want. As a black woman, I'm going to speak my truth. I don't give a shit. And Triggered, this is why I love you so much, because we're going to continue to speak our truth. You can call us whatever you want. We're going to speak our fucking truth. And that's the problem with, and Miss Southwhite just said that about how a lot of biracials, because I can tell you right now, even if she wasn't biracial, whatever, your mama ain't black. So that's why you don't understand black women and why we speak the way that we speak. We don't owe you a fucking an apology for that. I don't know why you're here. I don't even know why she's here. Like, there's nothing here for her. But she was sitting in the comment section when Supervillain was talking, and she had made a comment to Supervillain talking about, oh, I know all these great black men. Where are they? No, you don't. Y'all are getting the same black men that we have. Look at Cardi. We already talked about this. Cardi B, all of them. They getting all, y'all getting the same black men we getting for the most part.
Exactly.
That's
And
crazy.
Woman, can
it's
I
You
just
just
know what?
mention the
I think it.
oxymoron? Can I
I,
just mention the oxymoron that her name is Knockout Queen, and you calling somebody aggressive and masculine is crazy to
exactly.
me.
Wow.
Exactly.
and
See,
I
I
just
blame
Oh, who was that? Was that Calandra?
I blame black men because I don't
You
know if
did.
y'all saw that video, but it was this black man, right? And he offered these three Hispanic women I think $1,000 a month to wear an afro on their head, right? And he used it as a way to like bash black women who wear weave in
Oh
our head.
God,
Did y'all see that? And that's why I
I
say
saw
I
that.
blame black men because they sit up and they date women of other races, and you're bashing black women to those races. And that's why when that woman was talking about some average black men are losers. They talk about black women to make themselves feel like they're a white tea man, and they're not. They're uneducated. They make broken homes. They go to jail, and they're losers. And they sit on TikTok all day and talk about black women. Like, how if black men spent the time to try to figure out how to make more money, the time that they talk about a woman wearing weave and lashes, they would have way more money.
They would have more success. And that's the thing. The average black man is the everyday black man. What are we talking about here? That's the you can look, we can walk outside right now and meet the average black man. And when you put them all together, they're going to have the same mindset. Gina, that was the point that we were trying to make to you. The average black man is the same. They have the same mindset. They have the same thoughts. They have the same feelings about black women. They have the same feelings about sex. Most of them don't want to be daddies. Most of them don't want to go to the doctor and get checkups for STDs. Most of them don't want to get married. This is the average black man, Gina.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we trying to explain to you, ma'am.
Just add one
She
more
left,
point to
y'all.
Gina.
And
She left, y'all. I
And
didn't
can
talk
I
when
just
she
add
left.
one more point to women like Gina, right? I just want male-centered women and pick-me women to understand that you are not gonna get a great guy.
Hello.
You're gonna have to get a guy. Gina, you don't know what average is, sweetie. Like I said, the average American education level is 6th grade, and yours is giving about 3rd. Because you definitely learned about averages in math, and so yours is probably elementary school to middle school.
You know what I think? I think it was crazy, just the simple fact that she tried to debunk what I said about black women being the most employed race of women, but she didn't try to debunk none of that other stuff that I was saying because she didn't even want to know. She wanted to live in her delusion about black men, but she wanted to bring down black women to peg it too and say, oh no, you heifers ain't the most working. You heifers ain't got no jobs. You heifers ain't doing nothing. And that's the point of what I really want to say is that pick me women, male centered women, they can't even help themselves to find themselves, but to put themselves at odds with other women at the defense of men that would never defend them. Do you really think the collective of black men are out here defending a 63-year-old black woman? No, they out here making podcasts saying that you don't even have any worth or value anymore after 25. So it's
Right.
just like that is literally insane behavior. Like I really, it just doesn't make any type of sense. Like honestly, and for the lady that was Arab that was up here, whoever that is, please stop unmuting yourself. Please. I want to say this also. It's really literally insane that you have so many black men that make non-black women feel comfortable in getting in black business, getting in black business, getting in black women's face, doing all of these type of things is literally insane that she would even feel comfortable to say anything to proud black women at all, to address her at all. And not to mention that you so-called married to a black man and you so-called got biracial daughters, but you don't know that calling a black woman masculine or aggressive is problematic. You don't know the history and the historical context behind doing that, but yet you raising so-called biracial daughters. That's literally insane to me. And that is how much black men don't even think about the future of their so-called legacies, that they have children with women that don't even know who they're raising. They don't even know what to say and what not to say that can damage these girls' psyches. Literally nuts, bro. But I don't even play that. Like I said, I don't talk to nobody that's not black about black things, period. And what I look like letting, first of all, I don't let nobody disrespect the ladies on my panel. That's number one. But number two, I definitely not letting nobody that is not black say anything to any black woman ever in life. I don't let nobody do it though, to be real with y'all. But I'm just saying that's an extra layer of insanity. Okay, period. Any of the black women that come on my panel, especially the black women that I engage with a lot, I really respect y'all, and I would never let nobody play in your face. Period. Ever, ever, ever. I don't do that. I don't do that. At all. But let me go down here real quick to Mackenzie. You said is this open panel? No, I normally go in line, but you could go ahead and then I'll go and let everybody else speak. You can go ahead, Mackenzie. What did you have to say?
Hey, what's going on? Nah, just to add on to what you said, or I can either add on to what you said or just answer the numbers.
It's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
All right. Yeah, no, as far as, by the way, proud Black women, like, I love your content. You're really spot on. Shannon Sharpe pays white women 23 million. Yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing, but, you know, this happens every year. So there's a situation, they don't learn from the historical context. They don't learn from what's happening right now. They'll go to, whatever extent to kind of, we kind of saw this with Love Island, right? Where it wasn't until the world co-signed Alandria for these Black men on the show to say, you know what, I think she is desirable, right? So it's like they need a co-sign from everyone else to be able to say that Black women are okay to either be desired or treated well. Black men are the biggest lick to non-Black women. Yeah, that's obvious, and I think that I feel like the younger generation is kind of waking up to this conversation, but I don't know for the guys who are like 35 plus. I feel like they're still on that time, and especially like Black men who are in their 40s. Everything you say you hate about Black women, you love in other women. That's a fact, especially the behavior. Again, another example of Love is Blind. I don't know if you guys watch that show with Huda. She was a single mother. She was acting ratchet on that show. And somehow people were able to make excuses for her and still find her desirable. But I feel like if this was a Black woman, they would have been calling her all types of ghetto and ratchet. And especially when it comes to natural beauty, like, we are the only group that's like, you have to be natural. You have to be. Meanwhile, all these women are filling themselves with filler and all types of other shit. Like, so that just blows mine. And then Black women's fascination with being emasculated by non-Black women but act tough with Black women. That's a fact. And the last part, the psychology of collective Black men. Yeah, no, I feel like when it comes to Black women, they just feel like, okay, I'm going to try to treat this girl or try to treat this woman like a worker horse. I'm going to try to extract. It doesn't matter how classy you appear. They will try you. Last night I had a situation as well. Like, they have hypersexualized Black women to the point where that's kind of all that they see you for. I'm not saying that there's no Black men that are good out there, but there's a slim picking. So you definitely have to kind of like go through all the check marks so that you're not out here being finessed or disrespected. So that's all I gotta say. Thanks for having me.
I'm sorry, but Trigger, it's a man in your comments. I think you need to block him.
Okay, where's he at? What's his name, you guys?
555. He's saying he need to go get a white tea woman. Yeah, I think you should block him.
You know what, y'all? Hold on. Let me show y'all something. All right, hold on. Let me go up here. Let me go to effects here. Let's see. Do y'all see this man? This is the man that said that he needs a white woman. Do y'all see this man? Like, who the heck? Go ahead. What?
He looked like the type too.
I mean, nobody wants you with any type of melanin, sir. So please go ahead. And it's the same one of y'all that look like freaking Scooby-Doo. Cause that's what you look like, a geriatric Scooby-Doo. Y'all be the main ones talking about like hold on. Y'all be the main ones talking about white tea women like somebody care. Don't nobody care. Nobody cares who you with. Nobody cares. Like, exactly. You look washed up, bro. You look washed and cooked. Like somebody like sat there and just chopped you up and fried you in a skillet, player. Like ashy and dehydrated. Like, you don't drink no water. You don't use no lotion. You don't wash your face. You don't got no face moisturizer. You look like you use the same rag for your butt and your face. So it's like, Who cares? Like, it's y'all are always the ones that are always talking about somebody care about y'all and where y'all go. Nobody's ever wanted you, sir. Like, the only person that may want you is a BBB. And we already talked about what a BBEB is, and that's a big back Becky. One of those big back, my 600-pound life Beckies. You know who you gonna be hosing off on the porch. That's it. Ain't no sister shaking for you. So get good riddance, sir. Like, I don't, what are we talking about here? Like, y'all gotta, y'all have to get and live in reality, honestly. But let me go up here to Calandra. Go ahead, Calandra.
That was funny, Jigga. A bit bad, thank you. I don't know who these men think they are. Like, y'all are not a prize. Like, the average man is not a prize. None of y'all really are prizes. Like, oh my.
One more thing. Can I say one more thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick too, like, with the men, like, I had a situation even recently where this guy was in his 40s and was trying to nag me and telling me, like, oh, I think you should lose weight. If you guys go to my page, I do not look like I need to lose weight. So what they'll do is they'll go after women who are younger, and they want to play all types of mind games. And they're not like I thought at one point that the older black men were going to be more mature. No, they're kind of worse than the younger ones, to be honest, because they still have this delusion that they're going to gain more because they're older. And it's like, no, you're older and you're still not, like, you're still running the streets. You're still on that BS, like you're 25 years old. And also, too, the last part I'll say is that I work at a family shelter. I see these little biracial kids all the time. I see the outcome for some of these women who are, like the outcome, to everyone's point, the outcome is no different. The outcome is no different. The only thing that's different is the kids, the mixture of the kids. So again, disclaimer, obviously I don't think it's for all black men, but again, you really, really have to vet, because some of them it doesn't even matter the age at this point. I'm going out and I'm thinking like these black men who are like 40 plus are going to be on a different type of time. And I think that they're worse. I think that they're worse than the younger ones, to be honest.
All
Way
right, all
worse.
right, all right. Let me go up here to I'm sorry, Miss Soft Life. Let me get with you, sis, because I know that you didn't get a chance. I don't think you had a chance to speak again yet. Did you have something to say, Miss Soft Life? And then I'll go up there to Proud Black Woman, and then I'll go back down.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm glad Mackenzie brought up Love Island, because the woman that was on here earlier said she was Arab, and that's just so funny to me, because the Huda girl that had like a mental breakdown was Arab as well, and she was a single mother, and she, was having sex with black men. She's considered damaged goods in her community because other Arabs have came out and said so. So she's, bound to black men.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I think that black men don't realize a lot of times when women from other communities get with them, they become ostracized. Like, being connected with a black man is not any type of like admirable thing. It's not. And that should let them know that that is actually indicative of the way people perceive them in society. But let them tell it they're the most desirable man on earth, and that everybody wants them, and they're so respected. But somebody liking your genitalia doesn't equal to them respecting you as a human being. But let me go up here to, oh, were you done, Miss Off Life?
Well, I just wanted to also add that the only things, like, if you notice that when black men get into it with a non-black man, they immediately say, oh, you guys are jealous of our swag and our BBC. That is the only thing they have to their name. That's it. And I think that's embarrassing.
Yeah, and actually sometimes not even the BBC. Sometimes they didn't even got that.
Honestly, that's the only stereotype they actually like about themselves.
Yeah. All right, let me go up here to Proud Black Woman, and then I'll go to Cookie and then Supervillain.
Hey, wow, yeah, Mackenzie made some great points. Miss Soft Life, Calandria, all of y'all are just amazing women. I just want to say real quick, thank you, Trigger, for having my back.
I got you, sis.
Thank you so much for having my back. I think that's so important, and I wanna give an example of that too. So there's a white tea woman on this app that I actually like a lot of what she says. I actually agree with a lot of things that she says. Um, and there was one of my followers that saw a comment that I left on her page, and she was like, "Hey, I love both of you. Yeah, we like white tea women like her. I would love for y'all to go live together." So this person that made this comment is, this person comments on a lot of my videos. So what I did, y'all, was I went and I found another comment under a different video because I didn't want to put it on the white tea woman's page because I didn't want her to be offended, right? So I went and found this follower's comment and I replied to it and I said, "That is so sweet that you would like to see that, but I do not go live with non-black people. I don't do that." Okay, I don't care how cool. She cool. I respect her because she speaks the truth and she has protected and said some things for, in defense of black women. But I'm not inviting her to the cookout because of that. And I think that that's a problem with a lot of black women is the moment a non-black woman says one thing that protects us or shows defense of us, "Oh girl, you invited to the cookout." I'm not inviting nobody non-black to the cookout. Even if I was dating, because y'all know me, I date all races. Even if I was dating a non-black man, he's not coming to the cookout either. I don't want him in these conversations. So I love that you and I have that same mindset. I just realized that. Like, I'm not interested in having these type of conversations with non-black people. I don't care how they feel. It's not your business. This is a space for black women, and this is how black women are going to get respect. Because right now we're not getting respected because we're so quick to take any little bit of, as soon as somebody that ain't black say one thing that you like, that you want to hear, you want to invite their ass to the cookout. That shit needs to stop because they are not loyal to us. They're not. Just because they giving one compliment does not mean that they're our friend and they're our allies. I'm not going live with a non-black person. I barely even want black men on my live because they don't know how to act. So, I just love the fact that me and you have that in common. I think that's awesome. And I feel like black women, we really, the more we stop inviting them to the cookout, they will learn to respect us. I really hope y'all understand that. The reason why they're talking crazy to us is because of black men, but it's also because we have black women that, you will hype up women like Huda. What you hyping up women like Huda for? Huda trying to be you. I'm not hyping up nobody that ain't a black woman. I'm not hyping up nobody that's not a black woman. Because at the end of the day, you want to be me. You try. That's why you getting booty injections. That's why you getting your lips like that. That's why you dating black men. Because you want to be me. You want to replace me. What am I hyping you up for? When you're trying, like, what do we look like hyping up the people that's trying to be us? Make it make sense, black women. So we have to provide these spaces for ourselves and stop letting everybody in. And I noticed you did that. I noticed you were like, "Hey, she's biracial." And I was like, "Oh, wow, they really checking to see if this is a black woman." And she wasn't even black. So we need to do that. We need to continue that. And I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem, sis. Yeah, I definitely do that. I just don't believe in giving people cookout passes, none. All right. And I don't believe in giving somebody, praise for doing a bare minimum. Even when there are people that advocate for black people, I don't believe in acting like they're this amazing person. So what? That's what you supposed to do. You're supposed to advocate for people. You should advocate for black people. Look at how we're treated. You don't get no cookie for doing that. It's just the same way if I see a little kid somewhere and they running around and they by themselves and I help them, I don't need no praise for that. That's what I should do as a human being. I seen somebody in need, I seen a little kid in need, and so I help. You know what I'm saying? I just don't believe in doing it. And I also believe, and this is just my opinion, and y'all can let me know if y'all agree or disagree. Y'all don't have to agree with me, but I really do believe that the large majority of women of other races, and this goes for non-black POCs, it goes for white T women. I believe that women that pursue black men, that date black men, that marry black men, they do not like you. I believe the majority of those women look at you as competition and do not like you. And I would say 95% of them. You might have a 5% window of women that date black men that aren't black, that like you and could be your friend and not really compete with you. But 95% of them do not like you.
They
And they
don't.
are trying to get you. And when they want to hang out with you, it's because they may feel like they may get more preferential treatment being around you, and you'll bring more black men around, so they want to be around so they can be the exotic there. Or they do it so that they can copy your whole swag and your style and your essence and energy, vampire you, and suck all of everything
Or
that makes you out and copy off of you.
there's a third option you didn't consider. The third option is that they don't see you as a threat.
Oh, and that too, and
Exactly.
that too, and that too.
Exactly.
Yes, and that's exactly why. Have you noticed that if you are around those type of women, if black men give you some type of play, they start glitching.
Yep.
They start
Absolutely.
glitching.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So it's like, yeah.
Yep.
So I never ever in my life trust women of other races that like black men. That's just me. That's just how I move. I feel like if you're a black woman and you're intelligent, you would do the same. You would
Yep.
look at them like you can't trust them. And it's not because of you, it's because of them. And it's not because of jealousy or whatever. It's just because I know deep down inside there's something going on within you too. And I think that also when you have other races of women whose men are actually out here doing stuff, making hospitals, creating airports, doing all of these things. What in the world you running behind black men for anyway? You're mentally deranged anyway. Why aren't you with your own people? Now, if you of course can do whatever you want to, but black men, the lowest on the list here, that are doing the most, and you're chasing after them, you're already mentally unstable. So I don't what's going on, and I don't look at it the same way with black women, because black women have been, brainwashed to put black men in the forefront. Not to mention that, but also I think it's only natural for you to kind of gravitate towards the people in your community. But you outside of the community and you chasing after black men, what? There's something wrong with you, sis. I can't even trust you anyway, because you're already half your marbles are missing. Like for real, for real. That's just my opinion. But yeah, no, I definitely don't play no type of having no discussions with nobody. I sometimes I'll talk to biracial people about things that they can talk about that I feel like is, but if gets too deep, I sometimes it might not be them either. Especially if they have a white tea mama, because a lot of times they'll be so out of touch with like reality and with the black experience. It's just like, what? Who am I talking to right now? Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's a slippery slope. But like I said, I don't do that. And I definitely would never, once again, I just want to reiterate, I would never let anybody disrespect you ladies on the panel. Ever, 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 ever. I really want this to be a safe space for black women. And if I can't make it, safe for y'all, then I'm not doing my job. So yeah, that's my whole goal, is for this just to be a space where we as black women can, express ourselves fully. And I always make sure that I say, with the caveat of black women, monoracial black women being the top tier. I, of course, biracial women with one black parent are allowed here. I'm not going to ever say that you can't be here, but it's always going to be a forefront number one focus of monoracial black women, because in society we are often boxed out, ignored, disrespected, beat down, and there are very, very few spaces that center monoracial black women. So that is what it is. If you're upset about that, I'm sorry, I can't help you.
I love it. And there's for me, there's one biracial woman that I'm really close to that follows me on here. I call her like a little sister, and her mom is black and her daddy white. So she absolutely loves black women because her mama black. So
different experience, experience.
She can understand and relate to us. Like she ain't no competition with her, man. She love black women, man. So I love her. And that's why I say I've been around, me personally, like I've been around the biracials who have black moms, very few. But then I've been around the ones who have white tea moms or Hispanic moms, and I'm telling you, it's different. It's different. Like the ones who have black moms, they are on our side, 100%. Because they were, but then her parents are still married. So her mom and her dad, they're still together. So it's like she grew up seeing both. You know what I mean? And she got to see kind of like the same experience that the Tia and Tamara Mowry twins had, where she got to see how things were different when she would go with her black mom, because her mom is really, really pretty dark skinned, and then versus when she would be with her dad, who's white. She had the same experience. So she learned to love and respect black women because she came from one. And I noticed you don't see that with the biracials, with white tea moms. They feel the need to compete with black women because their white mother was competing with black women. So
All right, all right, all right. I got you, and I definitely agree. Let me go down here to Cookie. I don't think Cookie had a chance to say anything yet, and then I'll go to Cookie and then Supervillain.
Hey Trigger, hey everybody.
Hey,
I'm glad we're talking about this because I have a couple of things to say. First, I want to start with, did everybody hear about everybody talking about black women's weight and about how we need to work out and how we're so unhealthy?
I saw that
See,
video.
my issue isn't about, it wouldn't be a bad thing if it came from a genuine place. A lot of it's not coming from a genuine place. It's just another opportunity to put their hands on black women and make black women feel lesser than other women, as if everybody ain't overweight in America. That's just the consistence. That's what's going on right now in America. We've always known that we're an overweight country. So zooming in on the black women just is an obvious attack and target to have a reason to say, oh, you guys you're so unhealthy. Okay, my issue is when I joined the panel and we're talking about black women's weight, everybody think what I'm going to do is give these excuses. No, I want to figure out, why are we worried about black women's weight, something that only affects one person at a time? That's only going to affect that person in their life and the people in their lives. But we have the most missing children in America, the most traffic owned people. This is not what we're worried about. We're not worried about where the kids are at, what happened to the kids. We're worried about black women's weight. We're worried about what black women are eating. We're worried about if black women are going to the gym. And then when you tell them, see, black women are trying to work out, but guess what? When they're online living their lives, and the first thing you want to tell them is they got 3 backs and they as big as a Cadillac, then you wondering why they don't want to go to the gym no more. Because if somebody is already having physical insecurity or feel like they're trying to get their physical right, who are you to come in and to tell them about their physical as if we're all perfect beings? And I feel like this is the reality that we live in, is that everybody thinks that black women is the joke to laugh at. They feel like black women are not victims, that this is just another opportunity of finding somebody to bully and pick on. And I feel like as far as the black men go, because the black men are the one enforcing this narrative of overweight black women as if they ain't overweight too. My anecdotal experiences, even with older black men, no matter if they're from America, not from America, they all have this mindset where they think they are worth more than they are. I had one tell me, "Oh, you told me you were never going to speak to me again, and then you never spoke to me again." Yeah, because why would I say I'm not going to talk to you and then talk to you? And then when I explained to him, like, listen, you have to think about it in my mind frame. They think because you're younger, they think you're stupid. But that's why you don't even have to break it down. But I like to break it down because I do like to destroy black men's ego a little bit. But it's just because they think the things they're doing is destroying your self-worth, when in all reality, if you take what they're saying and you actually think about what they're saying and you don't internalize it, you see the problematicness. So when I explained to him, you're over 30, you're 40 something, telling me how you just got out of a relationship with your baby mother, you want to be free. Why would I entertain you if you said you want to be free? Do you know this man started to tell me, at least I was being honest. At least I was being honest. I had to tell him, listen, do you want a cookie for being honest? You're telling me at least you're being honest. That's the human thing that's what you should be doing. You're saying at least, like, basically you're saying, oh, basically you're saying if you had the chance to lie, you would have lied. But at the end of the day, that this is the what we're trying to say is that you guys are lying to people. You're manipulating people so you can get the outcome you want, because what you really want is Punani Express. You don't want to actually get to know somebody. He talk about, oh, because I'm gonna take you out. The nerve of you to think somebody wants to be seen with you and you're a grown loser. That they don't understand that they're grown losers and that people do not want to actually deal with them, and that when somebody is trying to get to know you and you're sexualizing them, you're ruining the whole experience of them even getting to know you, because now they know you have no substance, that this is the loser that you are. I had to break down to this man that you have 3 kids and 2 baby mothers, which means you have 3 kids that are in 2 broken homes that you created as a grown man, and then you want somebody to deal with you. That doesn't make any sense, because if I would, as a woman, had 3 kids and 2 baby fathers, you wouldn't even consider me, because you'd be thinking about all the drama that comes with me. See, it's easy for black men to get on the internet and say that black women are the creators of single homes and they don't have any fathers in the homes. But now that black women are making a obvious choice to say, you know what? I don't want to keep creating broken homes. I don't want to keep having these relationships with men and then being stuck with the children. And now they're keeping their legs closed. They going to get birth controls. They going to get their ABs. They doing whatever they need to do to secure their future in their life. Now it's their selfish. And I feel like we have to be honest of where some of this is coming from. It is the black women pick-mes. It is the black grandmother pick-mes, when they're excusing their children and encouraging their children to do heinous things and violence, and they're not making them be accountable. They're not telling them, listen, you need to be focused on building a future. You need to put education forward. When everybody's sitting there talking about black women's weight, nobody wants to talk about why black little boys are being registered as illiterate, and how we're going to help the community with that part. It's the constant reminder that you guys don't want to be worried about the real things. You want to be worried about superficial things to make your ego feel better, so you could punch down on black women and say that you're better than them, when in reality everything has shown that black women are better than black men. And it's not to make it a competition, because they keep making it a competition. So when black women say in rebuttal, actually we are doing better, actually we are more educated, actually we are putting ourselves and our bodies in a higher standard than you are, now it's oh, you're attacking black men. There is no attack on black men. You know who's attacking black men? The white T men. But they don't want to attack them. They want to run from them. They want to cry to the media about how they're being treated by them, but they don't want to admit that they are causing and harassing and violating black women because they can, because nobody's gonna check them about doing that. And I land my plane.
All right. Kalandra, you know what you said, as far as the number one thing, what you said about the weight, right? There is an obesity problem and also an overweight issue in the United States of America. And it applies to all racial demographics of people and all genders. And that is statistically, I think upwards of 70% plus of Americans are, I have to go back and fact check the numbers. It's been a little while, so I don't like to quote numbers that I'm not have offhand, but I know that it's 70% plus of Americans are overweight, not obese, but overweight. And then obese is another number that's pretty high. Now, I was about to say the group, but I'll let y'all fill in the context clues. There is another group, a racial demographic of women who, soon as they have like one child, they end up, for the most part, blowing up. And I see them with the women looking like, refrigerators, big refrigerators, and their men be right along with them, holding hands in the mall and everything else. I never see their men talking about them online and saying, oh my goodness, our women, as soon as they have one child, they're built like refrigerators. I never see it. I never see them do that. I never see all of the none of these races of men talk about their women's bodies. The only race of men that I see do that are black men. And I don't believe that the problem in the issue is the weight. I believe that it is used as a reason to be able to punch down and dog out black women. It's the same way that black men talk about the fact that they don't like, they'll tell black women, don't wear no weave, don't wear no makeup, don't do nothing to yourself. I like it all natural. But then as soon as they get a little bit of money, they get them a blonde bimbo that got fake boobs, fake lips, fake booty, fake clip-in hairs, fake eyelash extensions, fake nails, fake toenails, everything. And they don't have no problem with it. Because none of the issue is the things that black women do. It's the issue that you're black and you're doing it. It's just like when people said driving while black, it's like doing these things while being a black woman. That's the issue. And then the second thing that I wanted to say is like what you were talking about the pick-mes and everything like that. I definitely agree. It was an older lady up here. Respect, I respect my elders or whatever. Cause she, I'm in my 40s, my early 40s. So she'd definitely be like an elder to me. You know what I'm saying? But still, I'll just say that she was a pick-me. And maybe she wasn't even aware. I'm gonna give her grace and say that she's not aware that she's a pick-me, because being 63, you could be in a situation of where you've been so brainwashed by what you see and you hear, that innate protection that a lot of older black women have that seems to be inside of them. They may not even realize that that's what they're doing. It may be almost a subconscious thing, but I wish that those type of women would understand that you are never defending. You are never helping black men when you do what you do, when you become a pick-me, when you try to defend them, when you try to protect them from the world. You are not helping them. You are hindering them. You are handicapping them, because you go and you tell them at the house, oh, you're great. You're great. You're great. You're great. You're the best man. Y'all the best man. Nothing's going on with y'all. It's just these mean, nasty black women. It's okay if you live here in my basement and you eat up all my food and you don't do nothing. It's great. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But then when they get out in the real world and they have to perform next to other races of men and they become in dead last, then these same men become angry, violent, desperate, irrational. And it's because you didn't set them up with the keys to success. It's because all you did is tell them that they are the greatest. And if you notice, right, any black men that you see that have been successful, any black men that you see that have managed to achieve something or do something out of life, normally have been around black women who didn't play that who said, hey, nah. I'm not praising you for nothing, son. You got to get up and you got to do it. I ain't no excuses. Get it. Do it. Those are the black men that succeed. So you putting a black man on your breast and letting him suck on your nipples, baby girl, sorry to be crass, that's not going to help the black man. It is not. And once again, the reason why black women are able to flourish, just like some of the stats that Proud Black Women said earlier, the reason why black women are able to flourish and are able to succeed, the reason why is because nobody gives black women nothing. Nobody makes excuses for black women. Nobody cares about your backstory. Nobody cares if your daddy wasn't there. Nobody cares if somebody touched you. Nobody cares if somebody hurt you. Nobody cares if you had it hard. Nobody cares if you don't got no money. Nobody cares about nothing except you doing what you got to do. And so what does that do for black women? That pressure creates a diamond. That pressure creates a diamond, which is why there are so many black women with so much worth and value to give. And make no mistake about it, just because we are not valued by black men who really don't, who don't matter, it doesn't mean that we are not valuable. We are. And the reason why we turn into diamonds is because of the pressure that is put on us. Period. And if more people put that pressure on black men, that will be the key to unlocking the success in the black community. However, I do not believe that it would happen because there are far too many pick-me still. Because just like the lady that was up here, there's women in her family, younger women, the women underneath her. So the women that may be in their 50s, they 40s, then they go and raise kids, then they in their 20s and they become pick-mes. And then you still got pick-mes running around uplifting these suckers. And that's the reason why the black community is in the state that it's in. And it's really just that simple. And I don't know how people can't make the connection. Like when people talk about, oh my God, the black community, what's happening? Look at what we doing to each other. What do you mean what we doing to each other? You mean what black men are doing to us and each other? Huh? Who's selling the substances? Who's doing the unalivings? Who's doing the carjackings? Who's doing the robberies? Who's not going to school? Who's getting locked up? Who's mooching off for chicks? Who's beating the brakes off of them? None of these things are happening by black women's hands at any notable statistical level. Not to say there aren't outliers of black women that behave poorly, because there are, but I'm talking about collectively. So exactly why do you think there's such an imbalance? Why do you think that black women, like I said earlier, their incarceration rate has downtrended since the early 2000s, that white women are incarcerated more than they are? Why do you think these things are? It's not a mistake. It is by design, and it is the design is the way we are handled. Black women are not handled with kid gloves. When a black woman cries, nobody cares. If y'all remember, what's her name? The black girl that got unalived by the cops. She had her son with her, and he ended up getting pew too. I think he was 6. I can't remember. I think her name started with a C. That is really when I really started.
Korean Games.
Yes, Corinne Gaines. Yes,
Yep.
that is when I really realized that there was such a difference in the way that black women and black men were treated. All I saw, because I remember being on Facebook, and it was all these black men talking about she shouldn't have been saying nothing. She called herself what you call it? She shouldn't have been messing with them cops. She should have just shut up. She should have just did this, that, and the third, and she wouldn't be unalive. There was no grace for that girl at all. Nobody cared that she was unalive. Nobody cared that her poor son was pew. Nobody cared. But you expect us to care for these nignogs that be out here doing bad things and then get popped by the cops. Y'all want somebody to be sad for a man that already had 15 felonies and was running and the cops lit him up in the back. Is that right? No. But why in the world do black women not get grace, but we giving all this grace to black men? And that's what I mean. There's so much of a difference in the way that we are treated. But when I see that Corinne Gaines situation, I was like, bet, I got you. It will be a cold day in hell before I ever in my life go out and protest for black men losing their lives again, because I did do it. And I said I would never, ever, ever, ever do it again. And I have not. I don't use my platform to talk about them and what's happened to them. I don't even care if I see it and it's egregious. I still don't say nothing because I refuse to do it. I refuse to do it because I know that if they had the opportunity to uplift a black woman or support and defend her, they never would. At least not, at least not collectively. But anyway, let me go down here to Supervillain. Go ahead, Supervillain.
Yes, and man, we've hit such great topics. I'll try to keep it short. I did have a lot to say, but I'm gonna minimalize it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, first I want to say again, thank you, Triggered, for you make this such a curated space for Black women, and we don't have to apologize for being us here. We can just be. This is why, if you notice, even when we had other Black women who did not agree come on the panel, our tone was never questioned because this is a Black woman space and only Black women can understand Black women. Notice the only person who had issue with tone, not the actual conversation, was the non-Black woman that entered the room. This is why creating a space just for us is so important. This is why every time I come up here and the first thing I say when we start the live is, y'all tap the screen up, protect the live, get her to the likes that she deserves. Because where else? I've been on TikTok a long time. This is the only space I will confirm 100% is a safe space for Black women. We need to do our due diligence. We need to tap the screen, even if we can't gift. Tapping is free to protect the live. Notice once we start getting into real deep conversation, it starts glitching. It starts looking crazy. That's because they don't want us to speak our voice. This is where we can be us and we're not judged. We can say whatever we want in whatever tone we want. We're allowed to be here. So please, that's my one thing, and I love to give you flowers for that. I know it took a lot of work to curate this space. Triggered. I wasn't with you from the beginning, but we've been here for a while, and I'm just so impressed and so proud of where the platform is going. So I just want to give you that first and foremost. Um, Secondly, I want to say to sum up all the prompts. Professor BJ was on here earlier. Some of you may have not been here when she was on. She said something that was very important, and I feel like we went over it a little bit too quick. No matter what the circumstance is, whatever the issue is, sometimes it's the same story, sometimes it's a different story. One thing we got to do as the black women is stop being the cleanup crew. Remember, we all said all they're going to do is go date another black woman, and it's going to be okay, and we're gonna fall in love with them again, and we're gonna support. We have to stop being the Megan Goods. We have to stop being the clean up crew. Can we please stop doing that? They should not have a soft landing pad to fall on when it comes to black women. We need to stop participating in behavior that we're complaining about. So I also wanted to throw that up there just to sum up all. I feel like that sums up 1 through 5. We may not be able to change their behavior, but we can definitely act accordingly and definitely change ours. Let's stop being that soft landing pad. Oh gosh, there was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot, so I might spin the block because it's crowded. I'm gonna yield there for now.
All right, all right, all right. Super villain. I definitely agree with what you had to say. Let me know if you remember what you was about to say. Let me go down here to TMF and then Fifi. Go ahead, TMF.
Hey, Trigger. It's been a long time. I've been following you for a long time, young sister. And I love what you're saying. And I'm Gen X. And so, y'all millennials, and I love it. And the reason why, and you're right, we as black women, it's like a catch-22. It's like when we do love, we get shamed of loving. But then when we back up, we being shamed for being selfish. And it's all a mind game. Especially with our own people, our own counterparts in our community. And it's all because, and I'm not making any excuses for them. Not at all. Not at all. And my daughter is 23, about to be 24. And I'm in my late 40s. And I teach her. I haven't shared some of your lives with her. And I am so glad that, the younger women that's coming up under me, because I learn from you guys too. And learning doesn't stop. And I think that's the problem with them. Instead of them being concerned about the autonomy of women, they not even looking at themselves. And that's the trick bag that the white T-man got over them, and they don't want to face that. Instead, they turn around like a child and punch down on an easy target. It's like being a child. And then you talk about pick-mes. You have Shahrazad Ali, because I used to follow her back in the day, but I was like, wait, hey, hold on, sister, come on now. That's not true. Like, I'm not finna entertain any type of foolishness. And I wouldn't tell that to my kid. That's recklessness. That's detriment. That's unaliving herself slowly. And I don't want that for my young sisters. I love that y'all thriving. Whether you married, if you don't want to be married, it's about choice. If you want to have that life, that's fine. And if you want to be by yourself and you want to strive and do everything, it's okay. And it's so crazy that because women have that choice, it's a problem. It's a problem because it's a problem for them, not us. It's never been a problem with us. And I agree with you about the other community. No, this community is for us and us only. Because only us know how we feel. Can't nobody come for me like my sisters. Nobody. So I totally agree with you. And with all, sometimes I hear some of y'all stories or some of y'all perspectives, and it make me feel good in my heart, and I feel confident of the young women that's coming after me. And I know, I mean, as a collective, as a community, yeah, we're working towards it. But I'm so proud of y'all, and you keep striving. You keep striving. I'm seriously, because it don't make no sense. It's like we can't do nothing right. And sometimes I feel getting myself so upset. I'm like, what are these people talking about? Knowing they created the destruction. You can't create the destruction and be the solution. You can't. That's chaos. That's confusion. You can't do that. You can't do that. That don't make sense. But you refuse to let the people who do make sense chime in. So you want the destruction. Well, let it, baby, let it begin. Because it's the age of Aquarius.
All right.
I'm sorry. Go
Oh
ahead.
no. It's okay, all right. I appreciate what you were saying, TMF, for sure. And I appreciate you as well. And I definitely agree. Like, I do. So, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to hurry up so that everybody can get a chance to speak. I know Kalandra wanted to speak real quick because she was gonna drop because I still got some people on the thing, and then I'll go down there to Supervillain so she can speak. And then I think Supervillain said she was gonna drop too, and then I'll go to you, Fifi. That way I can get the other people up and then get everybody else back a chance to speak, like Proud Black Woman and Miss Soft Life. Go ahead, Kalandra.
Just wanted to make a point. I had somebody in the comments say I have a black son. I have a black son, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say it. I think a lot of black women are very male centered. I would even say 2 out of 3 black women are male centered. And the reason for that is because when women are taught that their ultimate goal in life is to get a man, they're gonna do whatever they have to do to get a man. But for me as a mom, my son could not be out here doing the stuff that some of these men do, and I still talk to him. I even told my brother, I was talking to my brother and my uncle, and I said, if my son would cheat on his wife, I would tell her. Like, because for me, I'm a woman first. Like, I could not be back there condoning my son. Like, I don't know how women go out here and do that. But yeah, that was all I wanted to say. Have a good night, Trigger.
You too, sis. It's always good to see you, Kalandra. It's always good to hear your perspective too. Thank you so much for coming up today. All right, let me go down here to Supervillain. Yeah, go ahead, Supervillain.
Yes, and I just remember the things I wanted to say. I don't know if that Geneva woman, the elder pick-me, was still in the room. I wanted to know where she grew up or where she lived so I can just look up the demographics because I'm not gonna invalidate anybody's experience, but that shit just sounds too good to be true. It might just be true, and we may have just found the Wakanda and the United States. But I don't know if she's in the room. If she could drop in a chat like her neighborhood, because I'm gonna look up the demographics because that was a little bit too much, too good to be true. But I'm glad that was her experience. All the black men in her life were absolutely wonderful. She didn't run into one bad one. So I think that's amazing for her. And I wish that was a lot of black women's experience. I'm also gonna say for the weight thing, and as a big back myself, I do think the weight issue with black women is important. I don't think what it was when it was brought up, it was in like being genuine to our plight or wanting us to be safer or better. But I do want to say again, as a big back myself, I think that's something maybe at another time that we should definitely have a discussion about. I'm very big into the weight loss, specifically the VSG. I'm doing a lot of research in it. If anybody's interested, I actually know a couple people who have done it, and it has changed a lot of black women's life, not just weight, through heart disease. It has cured a lot of black women's diabetes, depression, and all of that stuff. And this is information that we're not privy to. So this is something that needs to be discuss. I don't know if we could do that another, maybe like a health night or something, but there's a lot of things that's going on that black women aren't privy to or don't have the knowledge or access to that can be life changing, and it's changing a lot of the ones who are knowledgeable about it, their lives. So anything that improves the longevity and the health of black women, I'm all for. So I just want to throw that out there as well. I'm gonna be in the comments triggered. I might spend the block and come back up too, but thank you for having me. Y'all have a good night.
Oh, no problem. No problem, sis. It's always good to hear from you and hear your perspectives and stuff. The only reason why I haven't really talked about like weight and things like that, I feel like it's a touchy subject right now. And also I feel like because it's weaponized so much against black women, sometimes I don't want to say anything because I just don't want anyone to think that I'm adding to like beating black women down and stuff like that. So I just kind of just stay away from topics like those. But if all of you guys want to talk about it, I mean, I'll hold the live and let you guys speak on it if y'all would like to do that. Y'all could just let me know like exactly what y'all, what topics y'all want me to put on like the prompt or whatever. But let me go here to Fifi and then Hollywood and Hollywood. Go ahead, Fifi.
Hey, before I start, I just want to thank you for like bringing me up and letting me speak my piece. Um, so I just want to be perfectly honest before like I go into what I'm saying because I always like to be upfront. I'm biracial, so I'm half Nigerian, half Italian. Um, but I am white passing, so I have like blonde hair, hazel eyes, and I basically look like a white girl. Like I'm not gonna lie. So I'm coming from this from a different perspective. And I do consider myself a black woman because I was raised by a black woman, and I don't know, I mean, because I am half black, even if I don't look black, but I understand that I do not have the typical experience of a black woman. Um, I think everything I've been in here for maybe like 15 minutes now, and I think everything that a lot of the women in here have been saying is really true. And I'm coming at this from a different angle as somebody who has dated multiple races, and I am very open to I'm very open to any race just because I'm more of like a personality type of person and just like what you bring to the table. And I always tell people that the two races that I've had the most problem with are black men and Indian men. There's some kind of like colorism there. There's a lot of problematic behavior within the Indian community. I don't want to talk about them because it's not the topic, but those are the two communities that I've noticed. I'm like, okay, like at first I think everything is normal, and then there's always like a colorist comment made or a very comment about like their own women when they're quote unquote X, Y, and Z, whatever nonsense they want to say, because to me, I don't buy into that crap. Um, and I've come like now, I've been with my boyfriend for 2 years. He's Persian. He's nothing like that. But before him, I had made a decision I was not going to date any more black men or any more Indian men because it was so problematic and just the way that black men speak, not all black men, and I don't want to paint anybody with a brush because I really don't like that, but a lot of black men and more black men than I think that we're comfortable like admitting to really just think so negatively about black women. And I think for me it's so hurtful because I was like my mom was the Nigerian one is my mom. I was born from a black woman. I mean, to me, a black woman is the epitome of life. She gave me life. She's the epitome of beauty. She's my standard of everything in this world. So when
Hey,
people,
Fifi,
yes,
can I ask you a question? Do you have a page also that says Lovely Fifi NYC? Is that you too?
no, I only have one page.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
Well,
there's
can
another
you
Fifi.
hold on? Can
Fifi
you
is actually my nickname. It's not my real name.
do
Uh,
you mind sharing what they would say about black men? Because you sound like it had to be really bad, if you don't mind.
I mean, like one that comes to, so one of the last few black men that I dated before my current boyfriend. Actually, literally the last one that I dated before my current boyfriend. We were having a discussion. We were watching a TV show, and we were having a discussion because in my mind, I thought he pro black. I always assumed he was very pro black. We've talked about Black Lives Matter. We talked about certain things, and he knew how I felt, and that I was very much pro black, and I thought that he was too. And he said something like, he made a comment about me. We were watching the thing, and I said, "This girl is so beautiful." And he was like, "Yeah, she's pretty." I was like, "No, she is gorgeous." Like, she was a dark skinned black woman. I was like, "God, she is gorgeous." He was like, "No, she." He was like, "Yeah, she's pretty, but you wouldn't notice her in a crowd." And I was like, "What does that mean?" I'm so confused. He was like, "Well, like you, right?" He was like, you're like white." Like when he first met me, he thought I was Jewish. That's what he told me. He was like, "I thought you were Jewish." He didn't even know. He was like, "I didn't believe you were half black." And he was like, "Well, like you're white. So if you're in a room full of people, like if you're in a room full of like black girls, you're gonna stand out because it's a bunch of dark against like a bright light." And when I tell you I was shocked, I didn't know what to say. We were sitting on my couch. And this man knows I have a black mother. Like at that point, we had been seeing each other for almost 6 months now. He has met my mother one time, so he knew that she was a Nigerian woman. He knew, like, I was so shocked. I didn't know what to say. And because it threw me off guard. This is somebody who I had been intimate with at this point. I had opened up to. I trusted this person. So it was very much like, what the fuck? And when he said that, and I'm the kind of person who's like, I will let you dig yourself into a deeper hole. So when he said that, I was kind of like, huh, okay. Explain more to that. He was just like, like, you know what I mean? And he is a darker skinned black man. He is not pale. He is not like biracial or light skinned, nothing. And he was like, you know what I mean? Like, you just like stand out more. It's different. There's something special. There's something like more there. And I was just like, what are you talking about? Like, we got into a huge fight. And I literally told him, like, I cannot be with somebody who thinks this way because here's my thing. And this is what I told him. I said, look, you scare me. You feel like a danger to me. Because in my mind, if I were to continue this relationship with you and we were to procreate, I am half black. I don't look black, but I am half black. You are fully black. If we have a child, that child will be more black than it will be Italian. And if my child comes out in a way that you don't think is appealing or you have some kind of views on, now you are a danger to my child. First of all, you're already a danger to the community, but then now you're a danger to my child. I cannot accept that. And I told him, I was like, I feel scared of you. You're scaring me the way that you're talking because how about if my mom gets sick one day? How about, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just made me start thinking like the way that I can't trust you because you were able to camouflage your feelings. And these are, you have like he had black sisters, like his mom was like, clearly he's full black. So he had black family members. And I'm like, if you can think this way about people who look
So,
like you.
Fifi, so after he said that, that was the last time you talked to him?
Yeah. Oh, we had a huge fight that day. I told him he needs to get in my apartment. I was literally in shock. Like, you have to remember, this happened at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no, I'm saying,
So
was that the last time you talked to him that day?
that was the last time that I saw him. We talked on the phone one more time because he called me and he tried to apologize. And I said to him, I literally told him, I'm scared of you. I don't trust you. And I feel like you are a danger. You have a lot to work on. You need to go to therapy because that sounds like you hate yourself. And I can't have somebody in my life who hates himself. Like, I don't allow any anti-black people in my life. I
Okay.
do not stand for that shit.
All right.
Like,
All
so
right.
he was gone
Okay.
after that.
All right. Gotcha. Okay. I got you.
So
As
I
I
just want to
said,
say that, like, I think a lot of the things that women are saying here is very valid, is very true, coming from a different aspect of it.
okay.
At the
I'm
end
going
of
to cut
the,
you there. All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Thank you. I said, I got to go move forward, but I
Oh,
appreciate
okay,
you, Fifi.
thank you.
Hmm? All right. Appreciate you, Fifi. Let me go up here to, it's always good when women, you know what I mean, see the signs and get out, early. So appreciate that. All right, let's go up here to Holly, and then I'm gonna go down here to Groove. Go ahead, Holly. Hollywood, I think. Yeah. Let me send you a request to turn your mic on if you're there. If not, I'm gonna go move forward to Groove. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Hollywood.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all
Hey.
doing? I've noticed all of this stuff going on is a distraction for us because we hold the Black American community down. And I'm thinking that I think everybody is really jealous and scared because we're the most educated women in America. Because another thing is, okay, the men are saying, oh, we don't want to date the single mothers. Okay. But we're going to school. Look,
Hollywood, can I ask you a question? You said it's a distraction. What's the distraction from?
like the giving us our props. They feel bad because we've accomplished more. Single mothers are doing better than the absentee fathers without half the responsibility. And other people, other races, also, we're the most educated demographic in America right now. We're starting businesses. We're a threat. So when they say about our weight, when they have this African versus African American fight, all of this is to throw us off our game. These men, the stuff they saying doesn't even make sense.
What do you mean the African versus the African American fight?
You
I'm
haven't heard about that?
Yeah, no. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well,
Are you talking about the
a lot.
people that said that they didn't want to do the
The
braiding? Were you
no, it's
talking?
deeper than that. The diaspora wars. All of this is a big distraction.
But that's what I'm saying. Like when you say distraction, like what would the diaspora wars be distracting us from? Is what I'm
Because we
saying.
need to focus on ourselves. We
So
need to focus on
are
our
you
and our
talking about?
family.
Are you talking about like black women only? Or are you talking about black men
Yes.
and black women? Like what are you talking about when you
Right
say
now,
that?
I think the way that black men are acting, we can't incorporate them right now because we can't trust them. They're not the protectors. We cannot depend on them to do what they need to do. And they call us masculine and everything they say about us. It's like, okay, but we're protecting and providing. So we're doing what we need to do.
Okay. I think I may be a little confused. I think that when some people talk about like specifically kind of like diaspora wars and things, I think with even African people that are raised, in the different countries in Africa, that those are tribal people. There were always separations in within, African culture or, countries within Africa. It wasn't a situation where everybody was just one cohesive unit. And
Right.
so I
That's why I
think
say
that a
all of
lot
this
of
is a
times,
distraction.
when I don't know if I can agree that that's a distraction. I just think that that's just human nature and it's just the way it is. And Black Americans are no different. Black American people have their own culture, their own things, their own way of doing things as well. That is going to not necessarily be linked up and connected with, it may not resonate with all African people or
Mm-hmm.
depending on where you're from. I think that that's just something natural. Would I prefer all black people to get together and us to realize who the true oppressor is? Absolutely, but I don't think it's realistic to believe that's going to happen. Because nobody does that. All European people don't do that. All Indian, Asian people, nobody does that. So I don't believe that that's a distraction per se. But and I'll just say, as far as like, the situation and things with black men, and their behavior and what's going on in the black community, I don't even believe that that's a distraction because it would have to be distracting us from doing something. And I just I don't know. I just kind of I don't know. I don't know. But let me go down here to I think it's Groove. No, wait, yeah. Groove.
Yeah.
I think she's the last person that get a chance to speak yet, and then I'll go up here to Proud Black Woman and Miss Soft Life.
Hey, love. I just wanted
Hey.
to commend you on such a wonderful and welcoming space, and the millennials and Gen Z. You all, I'm so proud of you because I'm gonna keep. I listened to that older woman, and I was quite disappointed. I'm Gen X, just so you know. So I'm, more, closer to 50 than 40, right? But my thing is, whew, I'm gonna tell you, Essence magazine, some of the publications did a number on us. And when I look back at some of those articles, the pick me training was the pick me brainwashing, and the, oh, we have to speak life into our men, it was absolutely awful. Live a little, and you will see the BS. But the one thing that I love about the millennials and Gen Zs is y'all picked it up real quick. Y'all picked up on the BS really quick. And I think a lot of it had to do with social media. It had a lot of it to do with just, we're not in silos anymore. I think back 30 years ago when I was a very young girl, I didn't have anybody to talk to unless it was some other person in school. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have any way. I mean, email maybe, but I mean, that was very, very new. I think a lot of things change when I don't know, people remember Long Hair Care Forum. KSC was on there. There were quite a few people on there. That changed. Then Twitter, Facebook. I'm telling you, we were in silos for this. So while that older woman disappointed me, I do understand why she's that ill. Okay, I do, and I feel for her. And I'm gonna say to a lot of the older women that may be listening, your anecdotal experience is not truth. I had a great black father. Does that mean there are a whole lot of, men out here like him? Absolutely not. Okay? And he spoke to that all the time. So I'm just saying, yes, black women are waking up, and the collective, yes, they are our ops. And it's gotten progressively worse. And the Gen X women in here cannot say that it hasn't gotten worse. It has. Okay. For me to sit here and lie and say that it's been daisies and roses and daffodils, yeah, it's been daisies, roses, and daffodils with my daddy and my uncles and my male cousins, that's it. Okay. That's it. So I'm ugh. Okay, there you go. You see what I'm saying? TMF, I'm with you. I'm seriously, the best thing we can do is focus on ourselves. I keep hearing, young women, hey, we are the most educated demographic. Yes, we are. We are also buying houses. We are out buying houses and homes, okay, than the demographic, as Cecilia Regina likes to call them. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, shout out another creator, but I got to give her credit because that's her thing. We're buying more homes. We're more educated. We're also living longer. Oh, how about that? Did y'all see that? We are living longer. Our life expectancy is going up. Guess who's going down? I'll leave it at that. Yeah. The demographics, they're going down. And this whole the demographics, they're going down. And this whole weight thing, yeah, that was definitely the demographics trying to punch down. Let me tell you something. Okay, I've seen more black women who are maybe obese or whatever. They get themselves a little money, they're going to get the VSG. They're going to get the drugs. They're in the gym. They are training. They are running. Black girls run. I've seen that. It's like, oh my goodness. Okay, so guess what? We're handling that too. And we're seeing that more in the media. I want to, and I'm going to tell you something else. A lot of you Gen Xers that are older and close to retirement, I'm going to need you to tell your sons that you can't babysit your grandbabies. You can't braid the hair. You can't do that. You know why? Because you got to go to the gym. Because you got to go on that walking trail. It's time to be about you and all you. I'm speaking to the older women in here because, see, the young women and the ones approaching middle age, the older millennials, younger millennials, Gen Z, they already know about self-care. They already know about going to the gym. They already know I got to put myself first. They already know ain't nobody
Well,
coming to save them. Okay? I'm just saying, stop coddling them. I told my nephew, you bring babies in here and you're not married to that girl, you can't come to my house. I do not allow man whores in my house. You bring one in here. You break that code, because I come from the 28% where we don't breed unless we're married, okay? I'm child free myself. You come in here man whoring and making broken families. You expect me to babysit them grandbaby? Absolutely. Excuse me, great nieces and grand nephews, because I don't have children. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't braid hair. I don't babysit. I don't go 50-50. Okay? It's time for, oh, I'm talking to the older black women in here. If you don't have your degree, sis, and you have to go into the workforce at 18, go back to school. Go back to school, get your degree. Get your degree. Take care of yourself. Knowledge is power, okay? The oldest woman in my college graduating class was 75 years old, and she got a standing ovation. A sister. A sister. Okay? All right, okay, I see the clock ticking. Great job, you're triggered. I'm going on mute.
All right, all right. I appreciate you, Groove. All right, let me go up here to Proud Black Woman and Miss Soft Life.
Hey. I just wanted to go back real quick to a comment, and I see that she's still in here. I think her name is Karima. And this is just a teaching moment, y'all. I just want to bring this up because I see this a lot. Karima, you had asked earlier, if the question you asked was, is it still the whitey man's fault for how black men behave? Something of that sort. And the answer would be no. we have to, I think the issue in our community, right? Because I see this a lot. A lot of people come on my page and they'll say, and Triggered, I don't know if you've gotten this too, but they'll come on your page and they'll say, the system, this is how the system was rigged to make the black community fall. And here's what I have to say to that. Yeah, that was initially the case, but we cannot keep saying that in 2025. At the end of the day, and you know why we know it's not just rigged for black men to fail, because we all know at least one black man that succeeded. You understand me? So if the system was rigged so that black men could just fail, then they would all be in that position and there would be no successful black men. At the end of the day, everybody has a choice. Black men have a choice. They can choose to be better men at any time of the day. Everybody got 24 hours in a day. Black men are choosing to sit up on social media and be incels. They are choosing. It is a conscious choice every day to tear down the women that they come from, to blame their mothers for their fathers not being in their lives, to blame the white tea man for the reason that they can't get a job, to blame the baby mamas that they created, okay? But you mad because now your baby mamas are taking you to court for child support. Nobody told you to create them children, sir, if you knew that you didn't want to be a dad. So this is no longer on the white tea man. We're not in slavery. None of us have ever been slaves. If you're on this live right now, you ain't never been a slave. And the black men that you dealt with were not slaves either. So this is on black men to change who they are. And I want black women to understand you can keep standing in the way and you can keep putting on your cape, ready to fly and ready to come play Captain Save a Ninja. You're not going to be able to change the reputation that black men have. Only black men have the power to do that. So you can stop with the, this is how it was set up. You can change how it was set up. When I look at, I don't like to speak on my personal business, but I'll just say this. Me and my brothers, we don't have kids. We don't have kids. And we are well past the ages of we should have had some kids by now if it was up to the black community. But you know why? We made it a conscious decision. We did not want to be baby mamas and baby daddies. That was a conscious decision that me and my brothers made. And we also have cousins. We sat and watched our cousins struggle raising kids. Why would we want that life for ourselves? So at any point, and the point that I'm making And the point that I'm making is you can look around you and see other people and how they're struggling, and you can choose to not be in that position. It is a choice, Black women. You ain't got to do what your grandma, auntie, and cousin Vicky did. You can always choose to do something different. Be the first in your family to not be a baby mama. That's what you feel like. You know you don't want to, be struggling and raising kids by yourself. You're not obligated. None of us are obligated to lay. It'll be a year that I've been abstinent. Y'all gonna see me. I'm gonna post a video about it tomorrow. It'll be a year. You know how many dudes I've talked to in the past year? You know how many men I've talked to in the past year? Ain't slept with none of them. I was not playing. I stood all the way on business. So it's a choice. So we have to stop using the white T man as an excuse for why Black men behave the way they are. They are choosing this. And as long as they choose this, I'm going to continue to fight against it. I'm not saving them. I'm not fixing to put my cape on. I'm not coming to their rescue. I'm going, when God start throwing them daggers, I'm finna move out the way. That's what I'm finna do. So I will land there. Thank you, Sugar, for having me. I appreciate y'all. I will drop for anybody else who wants to come up. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem, no problem, no problem, proud Black woman. It's always good to hear from you. I'm actually going to end the live anyway because I'm over 3 hours, So, like I've been on here a long time. So, but I'm gonna go down here to Miss Soft Life. Go ahead, Miss Soft Life.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that a harsh reality for many Black women is that, in my opinion, Black love is a fallacy. It is a thing that was created to keep Black women chasing after something that really doesn't make sense and doesn't benefit them. The one-sided loyalty, it has to end. The Black male worship, it has to end. Waiting for your Black king is going to leave you on your deathbed, because most Black men are colorist, texturist, featurist. You take the risk of birthing a Black son that can probably grow up to hate you with the rise of Black incels. You are putting your life at risk to give birth to something
Miss
that
Soft
may
Life.
grow up to hate your phenotype.
Miss Soft Life. I just want to interject on you. Hollywood asked you, Miss Hollywood asked you, what's a soft life? I know what it is, or at least, well, maybe I don't know what it is for you, but could you tell her?
A soft life, for me anyways, is the freedom to do what you want. You are not tied down to a man, definitely not to any children. You are financially stable. You have the freedom to come and go as you please, and you have the luxury of taking it just one day at a time. A comfortable life.
Oh, did you have something else to say, Miss Soft Life? I think, well, because I know you were in the middle of saying something. I don't want to interject on you to stop your thought process. You want to keep going? You there, sis?
Yeah, I'm there. Oh shoot. I did kind of lose my thought
I'm
process,
sorry.
but
The last thing that you said, you were talking about raising a child that hates your
oh yeah.
phenotype or something like that.
Yeah, you'll risk,
What's your phenotype?
risk,
What's your phenotype? Miss Soft
okay.
Life.
Can I finish or what's going on?
Can you just ask what's your
Yeah, Miss
phenotype?
Hollywood, let her finish then you can like ask her a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Soft Life. Go ahead.
You.
Like ask her a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Soft Life. Go ahead.
You. Yeah, and they'll probably end up tormenting other little Black girls, and it's just gonna be a mess, honestly. It's a lose-lose situation from what I see.
Can I just interject real quick?
Well, just 1 second,
Okay,
TMF.
go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
wanted Hollywood to respond to Miss Soft Life because you were the one that asked her about the phenotype, right, Hollywood?
Absolutely. What's your phenotype, man?
I am an ambiguous monoracial Black woman and in brown skin with 4A hair.
Wait. Ambiguous. So
Unambiguous.
That whoa.
You
I'm sorry. No, Hollywood, hold on, because I know where you're going. I ain't trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
trying
Miss
to.
TMF, hold on. I want to
Okay,
hear
no, but I know
what
where
she's
she's
about to
going
say.
with, but she
I
didn't
know,
say
and I
it.
want to hear it. And I want to hear it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Hollywood. What were you saying?
no nothing. I'm gonna let somebody else go
No, I wanted to know why you were asking about her phenotype.
because the way she was speaking is you said you don't have any children. You live this great life, soft life. When usually when people say stuff like that, so you're racially ambiguous, which means
I
nobody can tell your
didn't.
race.
No, she said
I did not
unambiguous.
say that. Yeah.
She said unambiguous, Hollywood. She said
Oh,
unambiguous.
okay, okay.
No. Okay, so that's well. First of all, she wasn't even referring to herself. She was speaking about the men.
Okay, so who is speaking now? I can't. I'll see. TMF is at the bottom of the page.
I'm
Hollywood.
sorry.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
okay.
trying to. I'm
That
not
was
trying to.
just muted.
I just
That
don't
was
want.
muted.
I
That's not
just don't
her.
want the conversation to
Yeah,
be.
I want to hear what she has to say, TMF. Go,
All right.
go, go ahead, Hollywood, because I'm interested in hearing
No.
what your
I'm gonna
thought
just
process.
let her talk. Let her talk.
Okay, go ahead, TMF. What were you about to say?
Oh, I was saying, no, Miss Hollywood, I think she just misunderstood what Soft Life was saying. She wasn't, at that point, she wasn't talking about herself when she was talking about the phenotype. She was talking about the men folk. She was like talking about how men are, their perception of what their preferences was. That's what she was doing. She
Okay.
wasn't talking about herself.
All right. You know what, you guys? I'm gonna interject here, and I'm gonna say one thing.
I think you understood
I,
what I was.
I'm gonna say one thing. All right, I'm gonna say that I think sometimes we as Black women, we may have to actually understand where some of our reactions come from. That they may be a knee jerk reaction to something that stirs in us subconsciously. And what I mean by that is that if you hear a Black woman say, "I have no children. I have a comfortable life. Leave these men alone," or leave Black men alone. I think that if it causes a knee-jerk reaction in you to like question and go at that person, it may be because subconsciously you don't believe that Black women deserve that type of lifestyle, or you don't feel like they're deserving of that. And there are many ways for Black women to exist and to be happy and to enjoy themselves. There are Black women that are child free, having great careers, living life on their own terms, and that could be a soft life, right? There could be a Black woman that could find a Black man, or like in my position, I'm with a Black man, a Black husband. I've been married for 15 years. It'll be 16 years this year. He pays all the bills, and I do what I want to do, and I've done that for years and years and years and years. That could be considered. We do have two children, two daughters. That could be considered a soft life or whatever. I think that there are Black women that may find a man of another race that may make a life with him, that they may be enjoying it. Maybe they work together. Maybe they both are employed. Maybe they both enjoy working, and they're contributing, do whatever they're doing. That could be considered. I just think that I see more of a visceral reaction to Black women, child free, living on their own terms, that seems to cause more of a reaction in Black women. And I think that that's something that not me, but it's something that maybe certain women that find themselves feeling a certain type of way about that might want to question why. You know what I'm saying? And because I think that one of the things that we have got to stop doing when we are with Black women, as Black women, we don't want other people to put limitations on us, and we shouldn't put limitations on us either. So as long as you are, living comfortably, living well, treating yourself well, if you're with someone, being treated well by that person, or even if you're by yourself, you're treating yourself well. Those are the things that we should be thinking about, because just like Sun Moon said in the comments, not all black women are struggling. And I know that it's difficult for a lot of black women to believe that, because that is the brainwashing also that takes place with black women, that they make it seem like we're all struggling, we're all suffering, it's all this, it's either struggle love or nothing, you know what I'm saying, or being alone with a cat or some crazy stuff like that. There are a lot of black women that are living life on their own terms and being loved, or maybe being loved by people in their lives, or being loved romantically, or just living life and loving themselves. And I think that we just got to not put any limitations on each other. Miss Soft Life, were you trying to say something? Was that you, or was
I
that you?
apologize. I wasn't trying to come off like that. But the way she described herself, I've never heard that before. That's why I was asking those questions.
Oh, are you online a lot?
No.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Because a lot of black women describe themselves as unambiguously black women, monoracial black women. All it just means is that you look like a black woman, a fully black woman, and people know it. It means that I'm not, yeah.
But why did that bother you? It's like you questioned my phenotype after the soft life question, almost to see if I was deserving of a soft life.
No, man, I never said that. No, I asked about your name because I have another thought about what that is, but I didn't bring that up. That's why I asked about it. And then the way you describe yourself, I have never heard that before. Any black woman describe herself like that. And I stopped talking after that.
All right. Okay. Well, I think
I didn't mean to offend anybody. I was just asking questions because that's it. I'm not saying she's not deserving of her life.
all right, well, yeah. Well, like somebody said in the comments, now you know if somebody describes themselves as an unambiguously black woman, monoracial, all they're saying is that they're fully black, that you can tell that they are a black person with black parents, that's really all it means. TMF, you had something to say? Sometimes I'll just be honest with you guys.
I'm gonna keep it short and I'm gonna drive down. So It wasn't Miss Hollywood was talking when she said the word phenotype, because that's what she asked at first. I'm listening. And when Soft Life was talking about the phenotype, she was not talking about herself. Then she started talking about her definition, because you asked her definition of a soft life. So she went on to describe that. Hollywood, your question was what was a phenotype? But when she was talking about that, she was talking about what men preferences was. She was just saying, right. So I caught that. And so I think that's what the miscommunication was. But it wasn't about what she said about the soft life. You didn't know what she was talking about. I wasn't. No, the phenotype thing. Right. And all she was talking about was how black women look. Maybe she has a bigger nose, bigger lips, which people go out and buy every day. That's what you asked. And she wasn't talking about herself. What she was talking about, a black man might not like a black woman that looked like a black woman. And that's what she was talking about. But she was talking about what black men, quote unquote, they prefer.
I have a question. What was the thought that you had about soft life before that you said that was the first question that you had?
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Okay,
but clearly it's wrong. It's clearly wrong. So she explained.
Okay. All right. I'll just say this, you guys, if I could be completely transparent, like sometimes, these lives, with different energies, with people that I just first started talking to, sometimes I feel like it could be like a little off. I think this may be the first time I've had a chance to speak with Hollywood. Also, I think the other lady that was up here, respectfully, Miss Fifi, that was like a weird interchange as well. So, I try to make this a safe space for black women to come and speak, even if I don't agree, because we're not monolithic. We're not always going to agree. We may not even always like each other, but I do think that as Black women us coming together, seeing as though the world is against us, and this isn't just my opinion or thoughts, it's like factual, in so many ways to prove this with like facts and stats that the world is against Black women, that I try to keep space for us, even if, like I said, I don't agree, even if we may not necessarily get along, because we may not. But as long as we can come together and realize that as Black women, our best chances of flourishing and survival are being, linked up and in company with other Black women, then it's cool. You know what I'm saying? I believe that we should stick together. But yeah, this
Yeah,
this
I was
this
never
change
trying to be
is.
disrespectful or anything like that.
Oh no, I
That's
got
what I
you.
was
I mean,
asking.
it was a little strange to me, but like I said, it could be that I just don't know your communication style. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever been up with you. So, I normally, like I said, give people grace until I get to know them anyway. So it could be that, but I'll just say, yeah, it was a little weird, but so was Fifi that came up here that what she said was a little weird too, but I still let her speak and everything. No disrespect if she's still in here. It's just like, okay. But let me go ahead and let Gabrielle speak. And oh wait, Miss Softlight, did you have anything else to say, sis? In response to any of this?
Well, not in response to any of this, but, just back to the point of, just leaving that one-sided race loyalty alone and date out and also prioritize yourself and maybe try and, me and Proud Black One was talking about this in the comment section, but definitely trying to build wealth with other Black women, because we see what happens when Black men come into wealth. They give it away to non-Black women. So building wealth with Black men, that's completely off the table.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think that Black women should most definitely open their horizons and date out and see who likes them, and loves them, and may the best man win. Yeah, and I agree with all that you said. I don't have any pushback for it. Let me go down here to Gabrielle and then Chef, and then I'll go ahead and end it, wrap it up.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thanks.
Chef.
Oh,
Or no, yeah, Gabrielle. I'm sorry, Gabrielle. Go ahead, sis. And hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Yeah, no, I was just listening to the live and I really agreed with what Miss Softlife was saying. I just thought the question about like her being asked about her phenotype was really weird because it kind of, reminds me of people who say things like, oh, if you're a Black person, you speak, properly or whatever, you're talking right. Like that is just the energy that I got from that question being asked about her phenotype. Like I don't see anything wrong with what she said, and there are a lot of the ladies have said there in the comments, there are plenty of Black women who are doing well, who are traveling, who are in happy marriages, happily single, happy relationships, whatever. Like this idea that like all that we're capable of is like struggle and like constantly being downtrodden, that's just not the case in every single situation. And so I just thought, I was just listening to the live while I was doing stuff like in the background. I just thought that was like really weird. I just wanted to say that there really is nothing wrong with like us having a soft life and creating that for ourselves and being happy and fulfilled in whatever ways that we choose. And yeah, that just threw me, and I just want to come on here and say that. But I really did think that what Miss Softlife said was great.
All right, no problem. Oh, I don't know if Miss Soft Life is still here. She dropped you still in here. I just wanted to say appreciate you for coming up, Miss Soft Life. Yeah, so I just wanted to tell you that I think this might be the first time I've ever had a chance to talk to you, and hopefully I get a chance to speak with you again. And appreciate you for coming up. I just want to say that to you. Let me go to Chef. You there, Chef?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, go
I want
ahead,
to say
sis.
thank you to the panel. Like, I literally just got on TikTok. This is my first time coming in here today. And I came across your live and I seen Proud Black Woman. So I had to come in because that's my girl. And I love hearing her speak and talk. And when I actually got into the room and I actually listened to what you guys were talking about, and that you guys are creating such a safe space for Black women. And I want to say thank you for, even going live for us to be able to communicate and talk to each other, because It's so much going on, and I feel like we need things like this weekly where we can talk amongst our own people and feel comfortable and talk about what's going on in the real world without being bombarded by white tea people to make us feel like how we're feeling is wrong. And I just got a couple of points. I seen what you were putting up on the prompter, and I had a couple of points that I wanted to say because I feel like, we as women, we are the blueprint. Black women are the blueprint for everything. We create so much life, and I feel like we have to speak life into each other and into our kids. And I'm a mother, and I'm married, and I have 3 daughters, and I can say my daughters are growing up gracefully. 2 of my daughters are older. They don't have no kids. We talked about this. I talked about with my children, you don't have to commit to Black men. You go with who takes care of you. As a Black woman who dated outside of my race, who had children outside of my race, it is very different. My kids are well taken care of by their father, who is not Black, who pays for my kids to go to college, who teaches my daughters about finance. My daughters are 20 and 24, and they have over a 700 credit score. We talk about economic growth. We talk about racism. We talk about voting. We talk about pro-Black things. And I do have a Black son. And this was so strong to me. I talked to my son yesterday on the phone. And as Black women, we have to stop coddling our Black sons because we are not helping them in the real world. And you got to talk the ugly truth to your kids, because I feel like with a lot of single Black women or just Black women, period, when it comes to their sons, they want to baby them. I don't baby my son. My son is 21 years old. He lives on his own. He has a full-time job. He pays his own bills. He has no kids and doesn't plan on having no kids. And I talked about my son traveling the world and being outside the U.S. We talk about different stuff of being a Black man. And this is how I know me not coddling my son and my son not growing up as a stereotypical Black child. I literally was talking to my son, and my dad, of course, is an older Black man, and my dad was at his job for 37 years, and my dad hated his job that he worked at for 37 years. And my father asked my son, like, hey, why don't you go where I worked at and you could work there? And my son said, why? So I can be around a bunch of older Black miserable men that hate their jobs and hate their life. And I laughed. I was so tickled because he gets it. So many Black men are so bitter, and they make other Black men bitter, and they hang around in circles, and they dog Black women out, and they dog people out, and they have a bitter life. And the fact that my son knows that as a 21-year-old Black man, that Black men are bitter, and that he doesn't want to be around people who work jobs that they know can't pay their bills and that they are miserable. And my son knows at 21 years old not to have children. My son is a truck driver for Pepsi at 21 because he had a mother that pushed him and didn't coddle him, that made him go out and get a job, that made him earn his own money, that made him pay his own cell phone bill, that made him pay his own car insurance, that pushed him to get his driver's license, that pushed him, not push my son out the house because my son always know home is home, and if he ever had to come back, he could. But to show them that he's a Black man, and we talked about dating outside their race. Now, my son is not fully Black. He is half Asian. He is half Black. And as a Black woman, like I told him, you are free to date whoever you want to, but you are not going to date a white tea woman, and you're not going to bring her one home. I don't care if you want to date outside your race. And we talked about this. And my son said, Mom, you never lied. Like, my kids went to a predominantly white school, and he watched them for who they are. And he said, Mom, they are scandalous. I watched them go after the Black athletes. I watched them go after the basketball players. He was like, they're not even accepted in their homes. Their dad don't even want a Black man in their home. Why would I want to be at a house where I'm not wanted? I feel like we have to have these hard conversations. And then also the craziness that's going around of protesting African businesses. That is insane to me. To hear people say that out loud, you are going to protest your own people. Yes, we all come from different walks of life. And you can disagree to agree. But how can you protest a Black business, but you won't protest a white tea business? And they stay degrading us. It's always on the news. I'm a chef, and I've worked in corporate America, and I hear how these people talk. They don't care about you guys. I remember working in the kitchen, being in an all white business. I'm the only black person working in a kitchen, and a black table come in, and they'll look and laugh and be like, "Huh, here go your cousins." And I'm looking at them like, here go my cousins, but my cousins can afford to eat somewhere that you can't eat at. You work here, you can't even afford to eat here. As black people, we have to have these hard conversations because I feel like we always want to be accepted. And for us to down our own people to be
Hey,
accepted to everybody else, we're not
chef.
accepted in the Asian world. We're not
I
accepted
chef,
anywhere.
chef. I'm gonna interject in there. You guys are talking about the boycotting African
Yeah, you
businesses
didn't
now.
see that? Where
I'll
it's a,
say the
it's
only thing I saw, was black people, some black women talking about they were gonna boycott African braiding shops. Now
yeah.
I
So
would
they
say,
supposed to be doing August the 1st. They want to
I
boycott
mean,
all African
let
businesses.
me say, I all I saw was African braiding shops. But if you say you saw African businesses, now I don't
Mhm.
know where that's coming from.
It's on
But
Instagram. It's on
but
Facebook. It's just not on
but
TikTok. It's
no, I was
on.
about to say something about that. I was gonna say, now this is just me. I'm a black American person. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say this. I have had my hair done by African women, and I've had my hair done braided by black American women.
Yeah.
I will say that I have received microaggressions, whatever you want to call it, racism or what, I don't know what is it, xenophobia? I think that's what is considered, by African women when I went there. Well, multiple times, so much so that I no longer frequent them, but that was a long time ago. Like it was been years since I've been. I'll say that when I used to do hair, I went to do hair. I did hair for a long, long time. I did, of course, only black women for the most part. I had a couple white clients, but mostly black women. I had a lot of African women as clients. I remember one time I was watching this African woman, and this is not to say, this is just an anecdotal experience. This is by
Yeah.
no means to say that this is to represent all African women, or, because Africa is a continent, so whatever countries. I'm not here to talk about, the different, y'all get what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is an anecdotal experiences for me. I will say that I was washing an African woman's hair, and she proceeded to tell me about how she was told how ghetto black American people were, and how she watched Boys in the Hood, and she just said all these crazy things to me. That happened to me multiple times from different Africans from different countries in Africa. So I can't necessarily say that I would necessarily be so angry at black American people for standing up if that's what they want to do. I don't see anything wrong with it. Now, I do see something wrong with if you're quick to boycott the African people or whatever country that they're from, and you're not willing to quickly boycott the white
That's
tea
my
people.
whole point.
You should be willing to boycott them
That's
both.
my whole point.
But however, if you feel like you can't boycott the white tea business, let's say, because like how can you boycott, necessarily certain big businesses that you may need help with? But I do feel like it does hit different when you're being discriminated against by somebody with the same skin tone as yours. So I would never shame black American people for not supporting African businesses, because there are plenty of African people, not to mention African people, but also Jamaicans, Haitians, everything, that have no problem having their own communities, their own things where they build up their own selves. And that's fine. That's their right to do that. I would never tell anybody that they can't do that. But I do think that it's always a problem when black American people want to click up and link up and say, hey, we're going to do something, and we're not including anybody else, because everybody seems to be entitled, feel very entitled specifically to black American people and what they can and cannot do in policing it. And that's something that I don't stand for, and I don't think should be shamed. I
That's what I,
personally
and
think
that's
it
the
should be
point I
shamed.
was trying to make. You can't sit up here and be so strongly to boycott your own people, but you guys want to boycott places that obviously don't want y'all there.
But
Just
if
like how
that's
you
how they
got,
want to do it, I feel like they should be able to do it. Maybe this will be the beginning.
but
Maybe
you
they'll
know what?
use
That's a
this to do
hard
something
We
else.
just
conversation
took
that we,
Target down. We just
I
took Target down. You didn't see how we took.
exactly.
Come on,
But that's
like
black American people that stopped going to Target. So they are doing
right?
that. So there shouldn't be
Yeah,
anything wrong with them saying they're not going to support African businesses if they don't want to. I mean,
but they think
I think that it's
we
being a little
crazy.
bit disingenuous to act like nobody would
Well, we
know
want
why
to
black
support.
American people would have these feelings. I'm not saying this applies to every African person, but I think that if you're a black American person, you know that there are definitely some things that go on wrong, that are definitely xenophobic towards black American people, but we're the ones that are expected to just shut up and suck it up. So I don't see nothing wrong with it. My opinion. I cannot speak for anybody else on this panel, but I will say as a Black American person, I see nothing wrong with it. If they want to do it, do it. Because if I feel like if I gotta boycott you and you Black, then that should make you feel even worse. Because why in the world am I boycotting you first? It must be something serious because Black American people just don't do that out of nowhere. That's not, we're so discombobulated and not connected that if they decide that they want to come together to do that, it must be something serious.
I'm
So
gonna tell you what it is.
I
The
don't see nothing wrong with it. Regardless of what it is, I don't see anything wrong with it. Because if anybody said anything about Black American, oh, y'all lazy, oh, y'all do this, oh, y'all ain't no good, we gonna stop. People talk about not going to Black-owned businesses every day. Oh, I don't want to go to this restaurant. I don't want to do this because they don't know how to do this, that, and the third. And nobody ever speaks up and says, hey, how come why y'all doing that to Black American people? That ain't right. That's only us. Nobody says that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why everybody feels entitled to throw salt on us when we ever try to do anything. I don't know. It doesn't rub me the right way.
They're scared of the deportation. What's happening is they're trying to hide under the guise of being Black Americans. You're not a Black American. So when we say, hold on, no, you can't come over here. Don't come over here now because we was lazy and everything like that. Now they want to start a fight with us. So now we saying, okay,
let me see.
We can't be supported. So therefore, okay, go over there and be African Americans because we're not African American. We're Black Americans. So
let me say, somebody in the comments, I think it was Coach T. Coach T said, what are the African businesses besides braiding? That was the question for me because I don't know what businesses that Black Americans are frequenting specifically because all I saw was repeatedly people talking about braiding. But I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me. There are plenty of Black people that are also boycotting the nail salon. I can't tell you how many Black women that I know personally that only use press-ons now and do their own nails themselves. So that's already happening. And as far as the beauty supply store, there are a lot of Black women that are doing that too. They order online, like at Sam's Beauty and other places. Now, of course, the Asian people have a lot of that stuff on lockdown. So they may not be able to get the supplies that they need. They may have to order it online, which is probably going to touch somebody's hands that's Asian. But there are a lot of people that don't go to the Asian beauty supply stores either. And I wish that when people bring up those things, they would know that there are a lot of people that actually do these things that they're talking about. Because I know that I do. I stopped having Asian people do my nails when I was probably about 20 years old. Something happened to me there, and I stopped a long time ago. But that's just me. I'm a weird person. Like if you play with me, I really don't mess with you no more, and it don't matter who you are. But I'll just say, as far as Black American people, if anybody doesn't know, I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm a Black American person, and I do believe that it is insane to believe that Black American people have to consider anyone else when no one else considers us. When you have Nigerians with their flags in their bio, you have Ghanaians with their flags in their bio, you have Haitians with their flags in their bio, you have Jamaicans with their flags in their bio. They ain't never talking about, oh, they're the same, Black Americans are the same, this, that, and the third. They're never doing that. But for some reason, Black American people are expected to do what? Something that nobody else does for us is literally nuts. It's insane. And
we keep inviting them to the cookout. We've been doing that for generations. That's our fault. Now they
bro. This conversation has got they have a Black American flag, Coach T. They do. I use it sometimes. I should probably put it in my bio so people really know how serious that I am about this type of thing, because I just noticed that there's a definite double standard in the way that we're treated. And once again, this isn't to put down any other Black women of any type of across the diaspora. I'm just saying that I do see the double standards in the way that we are expected to behave as in relation to other people, and how everybody else is able to link up and click up and have their groups, and nobody says nothing at all. But as soon as Black American people say we're not gonna do this now, before it's like we don't do nothing, we don't stand for nothing. But now all of a sudden some people are trying to stand for something and that's being criticized. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to clock out for me because I don't see nothing wrong with it. But I think you finished, Chef? I'm gonna let you finish this because I interjected on you and I don't know if you was done.
No, I was just saying, like, it's just the trend, and we have to have some type of. Now I got to think of my train of thought because it just it took me off of it. But I was just saying, like, as Black people, I understand like they want to boycott the Black African shops, but I feel like as a whole, we need to stop spending our money with everybody, and that's the point that I was trying to get at. Like, you can't put out every demographic when really it's us against everybody. It's us against everybody, and I feel like as Black people, we have to be able to come together and create
But we
like
don't
how it
though.
was.
That's what I'm saying. We don't though. We don't come
Yeah,
together. There are separate groups. Nigerians
Right.
stick with Nigerians. Haitians stick with Haitians. Jamaicans stick with Jamaicans for the most part. So Black Americans should stick with Black Americans.
and
And
that's my whole
sometimes in this
point.
world, in the United States, you have no choice but to give your money to the white man because Black men have not created anything for us. So if I have to, let's say I have to, my kid got sick and they need some Tylenol or whatever to lower their fever, and the only place is open is Walmart, and I
Yeah.
got to go there and give that dollar to the white man. Cool. I have to do that. But do I have to go give $250 to the Africans to get my hair braided? And I feel like they finna rake through my hair and break off all my edges and break
Yeah, I've
off all
been
my
stopped
ends?
going to their
Then
braiding
no,
shop. I
I
think
don't
I
have
stopped
to.
getting my hair braided from them
You
back
take
in
your
like the
cash.
early
That's what I'm
2000s.
saying. So it's just like for them to talk in French and stuff like that, and you know they already talking about you, which has happened to me multiple occasions. So it's like, why do I have to do that? I don't have to do that. And if there's a lot of Black women that are having issues with them, then they should remove their money. And maybe if they remove their money, then they'll think twice about how they act in the future. Maybe they'll stop speaking in French. Maybe they'll stop breaking off people's edges. Maybe they'll stop raking through their hair with rat tail combs on natural hair, which I've
Ooh.
seen a million times. Maybe they'll stop it. So I just feel like there's nothing wrong with that. Just because you Black don't mean you exempt from being able to play in somebody's face. And it's like I said before, it's we got to consider everybody when we Black American. It's we all together. But we
Yep.
ain't all
Right.
together to them other people. They don't think that, nor do they believe that, nor do they move in that way at all. So
And
it's
that's
like
what.
we got to put ourselves first. What is that? I got to put myself first. What you call it? I got to put myself. That's what we got to do. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? So everybody else can, like somebody said in the comments, soft life. Everybody else can be tribal. Everybody else can have all these groups. People can come over here with their tribal markings on to let you know that they in a certain type of clique. But Black Americans can't. Like, yeah, nah. We in a clique too. And it's just that simple. And I really I respect everybody across the diaspora, but if I had to choose, at the end all be all, it's gonna be my Black American people, period, all day, every day. And so I'm
Exactly.
never standing against nobody that want to boycott. Boycott. Don't give them the money. It's plenty of Black American girls that do braids. I'm about to get my hair some boho, some board braids in a week. And she's Black American because I don't even play them type of games. And I can do hair. I just don't feel like sitting down and doing that because it's going to take me at least 48 hours to do it and add all of the hair. So I
But
don't want to do it.
we can't do anything like we've
But
been doing stuff. It's like we don't have a problem with any other culture, but once we linking up to build up ourselves and focus on ourselves, it's like all these distractions coming, all this oh black.
oh my God. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end this live, y'all. Are you done? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. Were you finished, Chef? Because I know I interjected you on you, like I said before, and I know that I was kind of I think we had a different of opinion, but I just want you to know I respect you for real, like, and I respect your
Thank you.
perspective. I don't want you to
No,
feel
and
left
that
out.
was my whole point of creating Black spaces for Black people. Like, we have to be able to build our own Black Wall Street again. It's getting to that point. Like, you seeing it on the news. They're cutting SNAP benefits. They're cutting Section 8. It's so many Black landlords and stuff out here. It's coming to the point where we just got to look out for ourselves. And we got to be able to educate our kids. And that's where I was getting in. We're being able to educate and talk to your kids and having them hard conversations where not only that, they got to be able to look at the Black people that ain't shit either. It's some of us out here that talk against our own people, and we are our own biggest downfall. And we got to be able to tell our kids to weed out that if somebody not on the same mental level as you are, it's okay to leave them behind. It's okay to want more out of life. And that's where I was getting at when I was saying, like, yeah, we, even though we talking about protesting black people, we got to be able to protest everybody. And it's getting to the point where, okay, people are building up black wealth, but where is it? We're not even trying to build black towns. I didn't think that town in Arkansas where it's a white only town. Where's the black only towns at? Like, we got to be able to start putting our money where our mouth is and start being about our own community and bringing money into our own community and sitting down and actually having meetings and having black people in higher places where we start putting together, like, instead of talking about it, being about it. Because at this point, if we not seeing what's going on, and it's really going to get bad. It's really going to get bad. Now, I know we used to this, but we really got to start paying attention to what's really going on. They creating white only towns. Now it's time for us to start creating black only towns. Now it's time for us to start putting our money together and buying land. Now it's time for us to start separating and segregating ourselves away from them, because that's the point I was making. If we're going to segregate. If this is going
I
to be
think,
black
Chef,
Americans,
I,
go
I
ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I mean, there have already been black only towns and all of these things, and white people came in and destroyed it,
Yeah, true.
and unalived the people that were there, and now black men don't even have the fight in them that they had back then. So I think it is probably, the odds of that happening now with the men in our community that would be the main defenders of whatever that is, because white people are definitely going to try to come in there and try it. That our main defenders are just as not on our side as the white tea people are. So I think that when we say these things, it's like, we already had them. We already had
Yeah, we
a whole
did.
community, and white people went in and unalived everybody and destroyed everything. And they've done that multiple times. And white people, their ideology, their personalities, their hatred for black people has not changed. All it has done is evolved into a more, covert type of racism, to where they try to gaslight you and pretend. And when they can and act out now extreme violence and racism against you, they do it whenever they feel comfortable. But if not, then they choose the low key route. But if you were to try to create a black town to this day right now, I can guarantee you either you wouldn't get the permits to be able to build, and if you got the permits to be able to build, it would be eradicated in a short period of time. And this isn't to say that black people, I don't know what the solution is, but I do know that it will take black men to be of a way better character than we have right now for
That
that
ain't
to
gonna
ever
happen.
begin, forever to happen. So I think that right now, for your lifetime and mine, is pretty much an impossibility. But white men can have a white only town because there's nobody to come and do anything about it. Black men aren't going to stand on business and go over there and mess up anything. If anything, they're going to be on their hands and knees begging if they can go ahead and sweep the porches out there so they can get them some white pussy. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the
Yeah.
black men aren't going to do anything. So it's like, and nobody is more diabolical, more violent than a man. So the black women saying that, hey, like, we're gonna do it. Like, you don't, I would say the normal black woman doesn't have what it takes to do what needs to be done to even create a black only town. The most black women don't have it in them. It would be foreign to them to behave in that way. If y'all can read between the lines, you would have
Yeah.
to be a certain type of woman, and most black women are not like that. So yeah, so I don't know what the solution is. I ain't got the answers, Sway, but I'm just saying that yeah, certain things, it's like, I know they sound good to say and to say, but if you actually think about the logistics behind it, yeah, like, white people don't even want to let you be on a TikTok live or a Facebook group, or standing outside somewhere by yourself without them coming and trying to put they skinny noses in your business or big noses in your business. So it's just like, come on now, like, we just, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, y'all, I really got to get off of here. I think, what is it, Fifi? I think Fifi wanted to clarify what she was saying. And then I'm gonna go ahead and get off here, y'all, because this live has been a little bit exhausting for me, y'all. Go ahead, Fifi.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I was a bit nervous and like rambling before. The only reason I wanted to jump on here and like say something is because I just basically wanted to affirm what people in this room were saying and say that Black women are in the right to want to take time for themselves and focus on their empowering themselves and not letting Black men pull them down. Because I think a lot of times Black women are made to like they're guilt tripped into like, well, if you don't do it, who's gonna be here for us? We need you guys, like XY types of things. And I was basically trying to say that like you're valid in the way that you guys are feeling because they are really like your ops. Like at the end of the day, like Black men do a lot of them do not have the well-being of Black women, and you guys are very valid in feeling like, hey, we have to put ourselves first, we have to focus on our well-being and build ourselves and not take care of you anymore because taking care of you is like leading to our downfall.
Okay, all right. I got you, Fifi. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the live, you guys. I just wanted to let you guys know that if you're a Black woman and you're listening to this, I love you and I hope that you have a great week coming up. And once again, I really just try to have this space for as a safe space for Black women to be seen and heard and not have to worry about anybody else being centered. Like I said earlier, of course, Black women and biracial women are allowed and welcome in this space. But at the end of the day, I said that I would always still, more than likely center. Not even let me be honest and be straightforward. I will center Black monoracial women, always my number one priority, simply because Black monoracial women are the most disrespected, the most unprotected, the most ignored, the most overlooked, and we need to have spaces simply for us to exist and speak and to get out our feelings without being gaslit or without being called masculine or aggressive or anything of that nature. And just like somebody else made a good point when Proud Black Woman was speaking and she was called masculine or aggressive, the only person that called her that was a non-Black woman. And that's because even if we don't get along or even if we disagree or with whatever's going on, like we know each other. Black women know each other. You gonna be like, oh no, she ain't saying that. She just being passionate. She just trying to get her point across. And you not gonna take it that seriously. I've followed Proud Black Woman. I've watched a million of her videos. I see that she speaks with passion. I never once got masculine or aggressive from her. She's beautiful. She gives me diva. Yeah, aggressive from her. She's beautiful. She gives me diva. You know what I'm saying? She gives me baddie vibes, but I've never in my life looked at her and said that she was masculine or aggressive. Period. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I think that's why it's good that we have spaces strictly for each other. You know what I'm saying? And even more, like, if I have to break it down to another subset, as I said, I'm also going to prioritize Black Americans also as well because number one, I'm a Black American, and number two, because Black Americans are also in that category of everybody feeling entitled to everything that we do and us not having any safe spaces, and everybody's invited to the cookout and everybody can co-opt our culture and everybody can pretend and say that we don't have any culture while they're actively graping it and taking it. And not just white tea people do that. Everyone does that. Even people across the diaspora do it as well. Other Black presenting people do it too. So what I look like not centering my own people above anyone else because they're not doing it for me. If I'm going into a Nigerian space, they're not centering Black Americans and saying anything. They're not. If I'm going to any of these spaces, you know what I'm saying? It's just not happening. So, if you feel like Black Americans shouldn't be able to have those same rights that everyone else does or same spaces that everyone else does, you have to question, why do you think that? Is it because you think that Black Americans are really less than? Do you believe that Black Americans don't have any culture? So therefore, everyone else is entitled to take whatever we have? And if you think that, that's pretty gross, seeing as though Black American culture powers the entire world. Everywhere, every Black person of every nationality or ethnicity or whatever word you want to call it, because my mind is drawing a blank, is influenced by Black American culture, period. I see people over there with jerseys on and golds in and it's like, well, excuse me, what are you doing? Like you've never been to America. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that yeah. So if anybody needs to know my stance on these things, I love all black women across the diaspora and they are all welcome here. But if I'm just telling you who I would always prioritize, that's gonna be a monoracial black woman. And if we're talking about, anything else, it's gonna be black American people and everybody else underneath that, y'all come beneath that, but y'all still welcome here. Yeah, that's really all I want to say. But like I said, I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. And who was this? Yeah, I don't even know what you're saying. So let me just get out of here. Like I said, black women, you're amazing. You're awesome. You're special. You're valuable. You're worthy. And like I said earlier, black women, the reason why we flourish and we turn into diamonds is because of the pressure that is put on us by the entire world. That is why we turn into diamonds. And make no mistake about it. We are diamonds. We are valuable. We do have worth, which is the reason why everybody always wants to be up in our face. Do you think if we were valueless that people would want to be in our spaces? No. Would people be trying to harvest our energy? No. Would people be trying to cosplay as us and copy everything that we do? No. The reason why they do that is because, just like I think it was Cat Williams that said, the liar knows the lie that he told. They know the lie that they told. They know that they're lying about the beauty and the uniqueness and the value of the black woman. They know they lying, but they banking on you not knowing that they lied. And so I'm here to tell you, they lied. They lied. All right. All right. So anyway, y'all, I'm going to get up out of here. Once again, I just wanted to say I appreciate all you black women that came in my live today. Every single solitary one of y'all, I really appreciated it. Whether I agreed or not, whether I disagreed, whether it was a weird interchange or not, whatever went on, just know at the end of the day, you my sister and I got your back and I won't let nobody play in your face. Period. All right? That's all I want to say. I love y'all and I hope y'all have a great night. Bye-bye.